Alrighty, and we are live. Welcome back, everybody, to Kingless Chronicle. Last time, the party said their goodbyes, created some dresses for Uluru and handed them off, then proceeded as Bub went into the underwater temple, found that the water elemental was gone and the door was open for some reason, and then went his way in and met a bone dragon. After doing some druidic-y stuff down there, Bub basically discovered that the bone dragon was a potential ally, and went his way back up, told it to the party. While that was happening, Gildos was going around flirting with the elven ladies. And while Gildos was doing that, Delon went over and spoke to Harkin, as well as, I believe, who else did he speak to?
He technically spoke to
Right.
spoke to Lady Firelore, Kirillai, and then he visited Galadir for like a hot second.
Right. Delon also, before speaking to Harkin, or potentially after, I can't remember which, spoke to Firelore and Kirillai, said goodbye to them, had a nice little sweet moment with both of them. He thanked Galalir and reminded her that if she wanted to call in a favor, she could. She told him that she would, and if she needed basically some manpower for something in the future. Delon, and during his conversation with Harkin, learned of a disastrous moment in Harkin's life where he went on a very dangerous quest, where some interesting stuff was revealed that was pretty spooky but important for the sake of the campaign. It's too much to go into here. If you missed that, check out the last one. Afterwards, Delon learned the location of the Brown Dragon's resting place, and then we kind of left off with the party gathering back up to discuss Bub's findings, and as they make their preparations to head into the underwater temple as a group, we're going to go right back into it. So,
I'll say, I shall correct the records. Those were sincere goodbyes. There was no ulterior motives.
Right.
Bullshit.
Uh-huh. No, it was true.
Right.
Look at the
camera. You know what? Check the last session and see what you guys think. Don't believe either of us. Make your own opinion. But alrighty, as the party has agreed to head into the underwater temple, Eleanor goes off into the market area to purchase some supplies for some water-breathing potions, enough for the whole party, for those that need it. The rest of the party kind of prepares themselves to head out, getting some of their gear or resting in some ways or another. And that leaves you along with a bit of a quiet moment as the preparations are happening.
What were you asking? Sorry.
I was saying that Eleanor has gone off to get materials for the potions.
Right.
Everyone else is like prepping their gear. You have a bit of a quiet moment.
Get the nets together, yeah.
Yeah, you have a bit of a quiet moment at this time. You have been meaning to talk to your lady for some time now.
Yeah, I think I'll take a nap.
Alright. So...
Is that how you do it?
I have to fall asleep.
Essentially,
That's interesting.
Yeah, he has to fall asleep to communicate with her.
Cool.
Yeah, which is interesting. He's gonna bring that up, actually, this conversation. Cause
she was an illusion all along.
You know what? I'd accept that. She was never real, only in Delon's head.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Because the Red Dragonborn, he can just speak with his dragon, apparently, like, immediately.
Yeah, right, he can, but you don't know if he's an outlier or not.
Exactly, yeah.
But alrighty. So you sit down, and as you close your eyes to rest, you do feel a bit of fatigue wash over you. And you are quite easily able to just kind of nod off for a small little short rest of sorts. As you close your eyes, you focus on your Pearl Lady, trying to get in contact with her. Alrighty.
Mm-hmm.
So as you begin to relax and you feel the need to talk to your Pearl Lady, you feel as the world kind of falls away from you, and you begin to feel yourself kind of sitting on a little tree stump. As you look around, Alon, you find yourself in a bit of like a snowy forested glade with a snowy path leading further ahead towards the, let's see, towards the west. Oh, there are multiple paths around this tree stump, this little gladed area. Towards the west, you can see more snow, and you can see crystals heading in that way. You can see other areas leading to other places. That towards the east, for instance, you can see like farmland and some magical splendor. Towards the south, you can see what look like ivory towers and the like.
Mm.
Towards the southwest, you can see what looks like a mighty wall, as well as some bountiful forests. But everything here is kind of bathed in like a snowy white aura, if you will. So kind of like a
Mm.
tranquil winter glade.
I guess I will try and look from the Pearl Lady. She should be nearby. Looking at the footprints, seeing if she's
All right.
trudged in the snow, should be fairly apparent.
As you look around and try to look for tracks, you do find that there are some rather light footprints that look like they belong to a woman, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And they headed towards the southeast, which you can
Mm.
see a bit of a rocky, crumbly, moorish looking place.
Mm. Okay, guess I'll follow.
All right. As you head that way, you notice that the winter glade begins to get much less cold, and the white aura begins to become a bit more replaced with a bit of a reddish aura. And you notice that it gets warmer here. The ground beneath your feet begins to no longer be white or snowy, and instead it is now more of a blackish rubble, some charcoal and the like beneath your feet as you walk on this
Mm.
moorish path. Not many trees, a few dots standing idly. As you follow the footprints, you see that in the distance there is a very tall looking volcano with with an active like billowing fumes coming out of it.
Ooh, that's not good. What is she doing here? Hmm. Guess I'll continue the looking for footprints.
All right. As you continue looking for footprints, you see that they head in the direction of the volcano. But as
Mm.
you begin, do you follow them?
Might as well. Come this far.
All right. As you begin to follow the footprints,
I know where
they
it's
lead
leading.
you closer and closer to the volcano. But before you can get too close to them, you actually see in the
Mm.
distance someone is walking back from the volcano,
Mm.
heading in your direction.
I'll wait then.
As they get closer to you, you notice that the figure's eyes kind of uh, narrow for a moment and then return to their relaxed gaze. They walk more in your immediate direction. Ugh, tongue tied.
Mm. It's fine.
You very quickly begin to notice that it is your Pearl Lady in her mortal form.
Mm.
Dalan.
Aye, my lady. Inside.
What brings you here at this time?
I had meant to speak to you. A lot has occurred recently, but I did not expect you to be in your brother's domain.
Walk with me.
Cool. Uh, yep, I'll walk beside her.
As you both begin walking back towards the path, back up the path you walked down this way from, she's silent for a little bit before speaking to you. I had to arrange a meeting with him. It did not go entirely as planned. However, the message was communicated.
I see. I do not recall you speaking much about your brother's sake.
I had held off on attempting any sort of a reconnection for some time.
And there must have been a reason for you to do so.
Yes, the reasons have rapidly begun to pile up, and I could not, in good conscience, ignore them any further.
See, was his answer to your liking?
In a sense, he gave the answer I anticipated, but perhaps not in the way that I expected.
May I ask what it was?
She continues walking for a little bit. Eventually, you see as she gives you a bit of a look, kind of looking you up and down for a moment, before nodding. You may.
Salon gestures.
The request I had was if he would be willing to help in a matter of a great importance. Defense, as I would be needing his strength very soon. He was quite upset that I would request his strength until I explained why, and then he changed on a dime. The flames of the volcano, which you can see in the distance, she actually stops walking, turns around and gestures to it, are from his wrath. He is quite upset. I made myself scarce, leaving my brother to his domain. I understand how he can be when he's angry.
Then I take it he knows of his brother's return, or his attempt.
Yes, I was speaking to him for aid on that endeavor. He did not take the news well, but his words they ring within my ears. Let him come.
I wish I'd come sooner then. There's certain information that would have been better to deliver now than later.
She shakes her head, raising a hand up, kind of placatingly. If you had come sooner, I highly doubt the conversation would have continued as swiftly.
I see.
He would not have appreciated your presence.
I was not aware you were going to be here.
No, I do not tend to tell others of my espionages, nor my travels very frequently. When I leave, none know it. The kobolds do not even know it.
Swift as the wind, then. We'll see.
She gives you a faint smile, turns around and continues walking.
Delon will make sure if there are any changes in the road, he'll extend his hand as if to, courteously lift her up if need be.
There is a few where there's like some some more difficult terrain. When you offer it, she gives you a brief look as if contemplating it, before she gingerly takes your hand in hers, allowing you to help her.
Mm-hmm. I'm assuming they're heading back to the glade now.
Yes.
Okay.
Once you arrive back within the glade, she stops and looks around, looking up over the glade itself. Have you ever wondered what this place could be, Dylan?
To tell you the truth, I did not recognize this place. Though, Delon looks around him. Landmarks I do recall. Each and every one of them. But this place, as he gestures, as if pointing to with his open hands, this I do not.
I've spent many ages considering what could this be.
Hmm.
Since I was hatched, I had been able to contemplate and dip into this realm. This realm is like your own, yet different. I can touch things, affect things within your realm from mine, yet I cannot truly have a physical presence from here in your realm.
Hmm.
It is as if a sister realm to your own, perhaps another doorway, a hall running parallel to yours.
I see. And then, like the Fey Wilds.
In a sense, but the Feywilds are their own realm entirely. They've mixed
Hmm.
with your realm, but they are very different. This is more like a copy, but only us dragons seem able to access it. Never seen any others here.
Only dragons can access this place.
Yes,
Strange. Hmm. Hmm. Would you care for me to give my report? Or...
let us return to my realm before you do so. This is a neutral place, calm, tranquil, but I do not trust there to be no ears here.
I see. Then lead on.
She gives you a nod and begins walking. As you head down the path that leads towards some of the crystals, you see as you go on a long road that eventually you are in like a more of a snowy area.
Mm-hmm.
She looks like a pure white spirit against this snowy plain. And as she begins continuing walking up, you find the hill in the distance, and she leads you up towards it. Every once in a while, she'll pause and look behind her to make sure that you're still with her. She seems pleased that you're able to keep up with her.
Mm-hmm.
As you walk into her hoard, essentially, the little mountain which she carved herself into, you find that you can see kobolds wandering around, but they kind of walk naturally around you, and they don't wave at you, or they don't wave or cheer at you. They just seem like on instinct to walk around you, as if they n- instinctually know that something's there, but perhaps they don't see you.
Mm.
You see as
So,
she briefly reaches out to one kobold and runs her hand on his head. He just seems to smile as he does his job, not knowing that he was just essentially petted by her.
mm-hmm.
She leads you into her main chamber, where she sits at her throne, essentially. She actually points briefly, and with a simple pulse of magic, a throne sitting directly across from her arises. Sit. Let us discuss business.
As you wish. One will sit.
Now please, give me your reports.
Where should I start? Well, as you know, we had just come back from the mountain pass, that issue. We arrived at the city of Lunaria, the great city at the heart, is like near the forest center. There we spent time learning of the people, spending time. We happened to take part in, thanks to the invitation of Sir Bob, I was able to take part in the discussions between the King of the Wood Elves and the King of the High Elves, Prince Reindeer and King Sylvanus, respectively. As for what they were discussing, they were discussing whether or not on how to handle the quote Southlanders, what they view as King's Landing, those south of the wall, so to speak. Those from King's Landing, Gloucester, Reynolds.
Yes, tensions have been brewing within Lunaria itself, as well as the Savage Lands for some time. I have noticed that tensions remain, but it is as if a boiling pot has been removed from a flame.
It wasn't easy. There was a lot of bad blood still lingering. Additionally, it was not helped by the presence of the Red Dragonborn.
He was an impediment?
He was a brilliant tactician utilizing his expertise to position himself in a position where it was not whether or not he could win, it was how much he would win, regardless of how the wind blew. However, I don't think he expected me to be as thorough on my studying of him. I discovered quite a bit through my own measure of studying, recalling King's Landing history, but something about him fascinated me. I wanted to know more, so I did so. And I acquired a document through not necessarily the proudest of means, but that was the linchpin. That is what truly revealed to me that something was bigger. Until finally, during our second meeting, in the midst of speaking, Lord Frederic, the representative from Nebulum, said something. The Red Dragonborn answered, and I knew right then and there who that man was. And in that moment, I was able to just barely put him in a position he had not expected. Though that may not have inherently stopped it, it did give us an edge, one we which took advantage of. For have you seen my weapon, my lady, the one I carry now?
Yes, I have.
Do you know of its significance to the Lunarian people?
Yes.
I was able to use its application as a third sword in the dynamic of the table, a swinging vote, so to speak, to break the tie, as we were able to find one of the members who originally originated over the sword. On all accounts, we were then able to swing a victory at least in my sense, for peace between the Wood Elves and King's Landing. They even requested that I ferry the treaty myself, or the letter, so to speak.
I see. That is excellent. Congratulations are in order for conducting yourself so nobly.
I wouldn't
Indeed,
necessarily say.
working in such a
Go ahead.
fashion has, no doubt, greatly increased time we have.
Yes. The Red Dragonborn was also somewhat impressed. The way he looked at me, and us, I should say, is as if we were no longer something not to look at. Not so sure this may have been a good thing. I've been meaning to ask something, my lady. The way he spoke, the way he moved, it is as if he could speak to his dragon at any point at any time. Is this? And he said as if that was his kobold. Young Snack says he could. I wish to hear from you. Can he hear in that moment in time everything the Red Dragonborn says? Do they
She's
have such a direct connection?
quiet for a bit of time,
Mm-hmm.
kind of sitting there contemplating whether something for a moment
Mm-hmm.
before she nods at you. Yes. From what I understand, the Red Dragon has allowed his Dragonborn such a privilege.
I'm gonna roll insight.
Go
Doesn't
ahead.
seem too happy about that. I am terrible. I see nothing.
Would you like to ask her for more details,
Sure. Yeah, I'm just
perhaps?
gonna ask him. You know, does this displease you?
Yes. But perhaps not for the reason you think. It does not displease me because he has allowed his Dragonborn to have such a perk, an ability, a benefit. It is because of what has been lost from the Dragonborn for the sake of such a gift, as well as the lack of trust involved with immediately offering such.
You dislike his lack of freedom. Is that it? His
Yes,
autonomy.
in order for that to happen, if say I were to extend the same benefit, a blessing to you, if you will, some would consider it an invasion of privacy, a curse, more than a blessing. You would
Mm.
lose your ability to have private thoughts, Delon. You would also
Mm.
lose entire access to this realm, the one we currently sit ourselves in. The trade-off is the ability to be on a non-stop communication with your dragon, which has its
Mm.
perks, I will not deny, but it is invasive, and I
Mm.
believe it to be dishonest.
Mm.
I have no doubt as to why the Red Dragonborn has done such a thing for his Dragonborn.
Mm.
Showing of trust as well as distrust.
Mm. See your perspective. In any case, then I should consider myself fortunate. Then is that why it's as surprising when I show up. Forgive me, but it never seems as if when I arrive you are expecting it.
Should I constantly be of an awareness of where you are at all times, observing you non-stop? I do not deem so.
I did not, and I did not incur that was a negative trait, only an observation. That's all.
She
And your
shakes her
answer
head.
confirms
You
it.
can't help but notice the faintest of a smile on her lips.
Mhm.
It is not this, DeLon. It is that I continue my methods regardless of what any of my Dragonborn are doing. Whatever I do works in tandem with them, whether they know it or not. However, if a Dragonborn were to have the ability to enter within this realm, they would have to find myself, which, typically speaking, I am either busy or not. If I am busy, I am not expecting visitors. I never expect visitors.
Hmm. All right.
But I do not necessarily mind so long as whatever I am doing is not harmed by your visitation. I gifted you the benefit. It would be rude of me to get angry with you after giving you the ability to come here.
Certainly would. Especially how sparingly I've used it so far.
Indeed, so sparingly I had begun to wonder if you were going to use it at all.
With all due respect, my lady, I felt it's a responsibility that I be very careful with the gift that you give, not anything else, no more nor less. But if you wish to enjoy my company more often, I would be more than happy to oblige.
She gives you a curious look that looks somewhat amused. Not like laughing at you. It's not
Mhm.
even doesn't seem judgmental or mocking either. It's a curious smile. Would you like to make an insight roll?
Sure, why not? Sulan was being a bit smart there. Oh, 18. Well, how
18.
about that?
Delon, you can tell she seems amused by your words there, but she did not seem to mind.
Mm.
She's not immediately telling you she doesn't enjoy your company.
Mm.
And the look of amusement seems to uh, belly that.
Ah, these is a. I will also say these moments do bring me some peace of mind. Although I am not done with my report. If you would like me to continue.
Yes, please do.
After the acquiring of this treaty and discussions and dealings with the Red Dragonborn and the king and kings and prince, I wish to follow up on your questions about Sovereign, questions about the Black Dragon. And I have actually much to find. I spoke with the Brown Dragonborn, Harkin, once more,
I have
and
interacted with him on multiple occasions.
oh, you have.
Yes, he's an interesting fellow who has found himself at many social gatherings that I have attended in the past.
Has he now? I expect so. He is quite the incurable fellow.
An incorrigible flirt.
Hmm? Yes, I'd say so. And incurably intelligent as well. troublesomely, if not in some circles, but I find him a good use, a geyser of information. It is that aspect of him that I went to seek information with, and he spoke something to me, something that I would not repeat unless it was with you, my lady. Honestly, I hesitate to even speak of him again. Salon gets a little, you can tell his face gets a little serious. His smiles fades. He told me of a time that he had visited Sovereign after the Black Dragon had arrived, and what he saw there.
I see.
Yes. The shores were sharp as any blade. In fact, it cut right through steel, black sands. No longer the golden shores of what you used to be. There were creatures, wailing, strong, wings of blades. Everything from the smog and the area was acidic, poisonous, cut deep into their skin, their very pores. The creatures that walked around were almost eyeless, black veins around the body, but couldn't see, as if he had an entire spell across the entire realm of Sovereign.
You see, as you're talking, she slowly rises from her throne, walks to one side of her throne, keeps a hand on basically the back of it, and is listening, but no longer looking at you.
His men were snatched one by one in the mists of this, the blackened mists of it. There was at one point when he finally got to the information he was looking for, the books, tomes. He noticed there were hundreds of men and women going about day to day, still as if in a trance, as if Black Dragon had control over all of them, as if it was a dream they couldn't wake up from. And then figure showed, and they rushed away as best they could. The figures of which and by their boat that they had brought in, now attacked and getting destroyed by the shore, there were the knights I spoke of, these beings of in blackened coats and horns, the weapon that you showed. He fought against them, trying to escape. They only spoke in Draconic. They were vastly loyal. So he saw armies of them at this point, or at least the beginnings of them. And as they left, the whole visage of the island formed into a giant dragon as they were escaping.
As you finish the story, you actually hear when right after you describe a giant black visage over the island, you hear something crack and shatter.
The chair.
As you look up, the hand that was holding the back of her throne, the entire top of the throne is littered with hairline fractures, as several pieces of it have just shattered and fallen on the ground.
Delan will stand up. My lady?
It is as I have feared, then. Surprisingly calmly, her hand leaves the back of the throne, and you just see that where she was gripping it is the only part that's not, like, cracked. She returns her hands to behind her back and turns to you. It is
So
good
you can.
what you have done in Lunaria. It has given us more time, yet we have less time than I anticipated.
See. So, my lady, the information I exchanged for this, I think would be prudent you hear as well. It allowed me to learn a little bit more about what kind of abilities he might have. Perhaps we can fill in gaps.
Continue.
The information I traded for him to give it was by complete circumstance. Sir Bob had asked us, requested us to go deep into the forest to find a strong being that had taken residence there. The Ents said, Guardians of the Forest said that it's been there for 10 years. When I spoke to this creature, when I spoke of him, he did not seem as if he had been there for 10 years. No, he had been there for far longer. We traveled to the center of what we believe the Feywilds, and against great fame magic, we found a tree inside a dead tree, a living tree. When Bob came closer to it, the tree came alive, and inside that tree was a dragon.
Completely unable to hide it, a flicker of recognition goes on her face. She seems very surprised. He was within the Feywilds.
Yes, the kin to the brown dragon, the gold, silver, and purple.
Miraculous.
He was very proud of that fact, too, I should have you know, and very proud that he had, in his words, ascended. I suspect the concept is something he was very eager to let me know existed, and that the black dragon may have already done so.
What do you know of Ascension?
Only what he has spoken of me, and what Harkin has mentioned.
What did they mention to you?
It is an excruciating long process that, through great effort, through the nature, through all is different. All I know is every ascension process is different, but the similarities are takes great pains. Through transformation of flesh and bone, one removes it as it chases closer towards to tasting divinity in some nature, or as close as one can. The Emerald Dragon, as apparently he was once confirmed by Harkin, said that he went to the attempt after speaking with Harkin's brown dragon for many days in the process. He seemed to have a remarkable strength with the Fey kinship to the Fey Wild, wielding its magic for himself and coming like roots a tree. The brown dragon, if I make an assumption, seemed to maybe akin itself to the earth, to stone, boulder, rock, of rock and stone. The black dragon, as surmised by the emerald, would mean he would have to become shadow, viscous, poison, mire, all into one. He would stop being flesh and bone and become straight shadow. It's a process that requires years and years of effort and pain and suffering until finally the flesh and bone are rid and the touch of divinity is achieved, if only for a moment. But the process changes the dragon. I suppose similar to making a blade, or a weapon, I suppose, or armor, removing impurities.
And these are all the information you know of Ascension.
at a game unless they told me otherwise.
All right. She
I mean, at a game wise, you didn't tell me anything else, right?
no. She's just
No.
asking.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all that I've acquired so far. The Emerald Dragon would not go into detail. He seemed to take great pleasure in that, piquing an interest, but knowing that he has all the information. And Harkin only knows so much. And I'm sure he knew more, but was not willing to divulge such information at this time.
You see, as your Pearl Lady walks over
Mm-hmm.
to the crystal table in the room
Mm-hmm.
and looks into it. She can see her reflection within it.
Mm-hmm.
She has a hand on the edge of it. It
Mm-hmm.
does not need to be painful. It's a common misconception. It does not need to destroy what you once were to become something more. But that is the most common way.
Do you know of an alternative?
You cast off weaknesses, inferiorities as you called them, and you do alter and change yourself. But the process need not be painful. It's only painful if you choose to take the short way, to force the process. And then yes, it is excruciating.
Hmm. Have you been trying to use this process yourself?
She stares into her reflection a little more before making eye
Mm-hmm.
contact with you. No. I have no desire to rule over men.
Thorn kind of tilts his head. Ooh, I thought this was a transformation, not a...
It is a transformation. It is simply that if I were to partake of it, I could be a queen among all of men. And I do not believe I could resist the temptation to do so, had I complete the process.
I see. My lady, I have learned much about Sovereign now, of its fate, what has become of it. If he is building an army, has poisonous mire, has all these abilities, it can be shadow itself. How do you fight that? I asked Harkonnen, and even he did not know.
In order to fight such a creature, men such as yourself would need the artifact that only you men have, the King's Glaive, for it is the tool with which you could harm such a creature. However, other creatures more akin to this shadow dragon could, in theory, harm, maim, or wound it, but without fulfilling a similar process to the one within which it has. Wounding, maiming, injuring would be all that you could acquire. It would be a trade. Your life for a wound. Tactically speaking, that is all that one could acquire.
Hmm. My
Ascended
lady,
beings can only be hurt by other ascended beings.
hi. The The Emerald Dragon said something similar. Only those touched by ascension can hurt ascension. The only other thing that can is the touch of divinity.
He made a
In
distinction,
his words, the
but
infection.
as far as I am concerned, there is none. Only divinity can hurt divinity.
My lady, when you sent me to look for this crown, when you sent me to look for the King's Glaive, did you know this was going to happen?
She stares at you for a long moment before
I stare
nodding.
back.
She actually stares for a long moment dead into your eyes before nodding. I was aware of what my brother's machinations.
Talon's gonna get a little mad right now. Let's see. How do I say it? Why was I not told?
Do you truly believe that if you were told, it would have aided you in any way up until this point? Or would it have simply been a non-stop fear, a terror upon your every moment, living and dreaming?
You said that you have no control over my mind. Is that not correct?
Yes.
That you treasure my independence.
Yes.
That you don't get to decide what happens in my mind or my heart. You don't get control over that. I should have been told. That is information I could have changed my tactics. I could have changed the way I approached it. I have now less time to deal with it than I could have. I would have been far more precise in the way to attacking. It's as if a mission without crucial information like this.
I believe you misunderstand, Alon. Your mission was not to defeat the Black Dragon, it was to acquire the King's Glaive. I gave you all of the information needed for your quest. Anything else was tangentially related and would have only distracted you from your quest. Besides, you were not physically in a manner capable to deal with much of this information. Had I told you, those years ago, you were a young knight, fitting, strong, capable, with much potential, but you would have died and perished had you sought more information upon my brother. You have every right to be angry at me over not informing you of this information. However, it was done in the means to protect you. I tell you now, because you need to know now. You did not need to know then.
Oh, you're right. As you said before, I am your pawn. Nothing more.
I have not called you a pawn within this meeting.
You did in the past.
She has a bit of a faraway look. Did I?
You did. You forget, my lady. I remember everything you tell me. I remember every detail. I remember everything anyone tells me. I'm a lot of things, but I'm no fool. If I act like it sometimes.
You a fool.
And you don't know, then you'll never know how much that delights me in hearing it. Regardless, the crown and the black dragon are now intertwined irrevocably. It is needed now. No other way around it. Aside from divinity itself, it's the closest men that we can acquire in this lifetime. And all the more that I find it. But in the meantime, I'm heading to the college. One Mysterium, to meet with the Blue Dragon. He must know of this, if he is not already aware. We need to come up with a plan. If there's any information, something I should be looking for in the meantime, I would greatly appreciate your insight.
She looks at you for a moment before nodding. I do have a plan, and I have been working upon it for longer than I have known you.
I see.
I have looked for the Kingslave myself for some time.
Talking like inside how to kill a dragon. Not the Kingsglaive.
She's talking about the Kingslave, though.
Okay, alright. I guess this. Okay.
And I could not find it. It did not wish for me to find it. I have also very carefully attempted to keep all of these nations in check, keeping them playing quite nicely with each other. For if they are at arms against each other, when my brother comes, they will all perish. And you wish to know what to do to harm a dragon? Well, you were of King's Landing, are you not?
I am.
Your people would know more of that than I. Dragons are good at many things, but dragon warfare is different among other dragons. When we fight each other, all hell breaks loose. Collateral is to be expected. But I do not know the best way to kill a dragon. It's not something I have personally studied, nor sought after, and despite my understanding that I need this information, I do not wish to know it. I have no desire to understand how to kill my siblings. But what I do understand is that the Kingsglaive stung. It burned. And if it stings and burns when we were younger, then I believe it could sting and burn now that we're older.
The crown is far more difficult than I recalled when I first set out for it. But there's one thing I'm starting to realize. It's the individual that calls the crown to them. That's why you could never find it, my lady. It was never meant for you, or for I, but for others. And I'm going to find them, not just for you. Of course, I'm proud to do so. I'm going to do it for my people, for all of us, because if I fail, well, it won't be much of a land of canes if we don't find it. With that being said, when I return back to the waking world, I'll be diving deep and visiting a bone dragon. Would you care for anything else?
I do not wish to give you an order at this time. Merely ask a question.
Yes, my lady. You may ask me anything.
Do you wish to aid me?
What?
Do you wish to aid me?
Am I not betrothed to your service?
This is different. I could simply order you to do these if I wished to.
Could.
But I do not wish to order you to do these things. I would be more than willing to do them myself. However, I do not wish to force you to continue into such measures that you do not have to.
Mm. Do you recall what I said to you? And it was a few months ago. Do you recall what I said to you in one of our meetings? About placing on burdens.
Yes, I do.
Then what kind of a man would I be if I let a lady handle things all by her lonesome? Wouldn't it be proper of me to do so?
She gives you a very faint smile. Then, in order for you to aid me, when you return to Asterium, convey the message that my brother is returning to the blue. Should you find the green, convey the same message to the green. And should
Is
you
that
ever
all?
find yourself within the realm of Nebula,
Mm.
attempt to arrange a meeting with my brother the Red.
Mm. Mm. And that is your desire.
Yes. It is difficult for myself to arrange meetings with my siblings. Many of them do not like each other, nor do they wish to truly interact. A dragonborn like yourself is more equipped to arrange such meetings. And
Mm.
it's faster.
It's quite the responsibility.
Yes.
How could I say no? Especially when you're looking at me in such as a kind way.
Thank you. And please understand, I truly did wish for you simply to relax in Venaria. It pleases me that you've helped out in such a way, but it saddens me as well. For you deserve to break.
Don't feel so hard. I got to see family. Family I'd never even met before. I got to spend time with my uncle and his wife, and sister-in-law, and his wonderful children. I got to experience the beauties of Lunaria, from its tall trees to its lustrous people with many different faculties, to the beautiful women that reside there of many shapes and sizes and colors and of all types of flowers. Even gone a bit of a time with the water nymphs and a bit of relaxation and the books. Oh, it was quite marvelous city. I can see why he never would want to leave. But I am also a man of action, and being stationary does not become us. Don't feel saddened for it, my lady. Good continued will triumph over evil. Not because we're lazy, but because we're damn persistent. I'm gonna roll charisma because fuck it.
Alrighty.
Someone's trying to be happy. Charisma time, or I guess persuasion. That's better.
Persuasion, sounds good. Very nice. So you see her give you another gentle smile and nod. Then I am happy that you have found yourself enjoying your family's company.
Mm.
May you be able to continue to do so in the future.
Aye. And not just me. If you would like to speak to me more often, you know you could do so.
I am quite busy. Interrupting your journey with personal visitations would be quite difficult. But
As you wish.
I will be at the King's Landing ball. If you wish to speak to me or see me there, you have my permission to approach me there.
Then I will do so. Until then, as you say, I would not want to keep you, and we have much to do.
She gives you a nod, and as she goes to sit in her throne, it magically repairs itself, and she gives you one last nod, letting you leave.
Okay. I wake, I guess.
All right. As you
Sorry,
leave her chamber and walk through the hall, you find yourself bathed in a white light as you awaken from your nap.
Sorry that took so long, everybody.
I think it's fine. It needed to happen. It was anticipated to take a while. But alrighty. As you awaken, the party you see as Eleanor pops out, potions in hand. Alright. I have successfully brewed 6 potions of water breathing for the escapade. Will we be going during daytime right now? Should we wait for the evening for the cover of darkness?
What time is it currently?
It's currently like 3 or 4 p.m., middle of the day.
It's gonna take some time to get down there, so we better get started when it's light, because not all of us can see in the dark.
Sounds good to me then.
Some inferior races don't have dark vision.
I think at this point, it's only Tulio and Dalan, because I can technically see in the dark now.
Wait, how?
Stone Rune.
Oh, but that's only for a certain amount of time.
No,
Still.
no.
So all the rune is
All
a
the
thing
time.
applied.
Yeah, just the passive effect is like, yeah, we got dark vision.
Wait, how long is it applied for?
Until he
All the
uses it
time.
up.
Dang, those runes are so
no,
good.
no, when I use it up, it's just the active effect that's used up. But like, if I use it up, it's still on me because like I'm still wearing it.
All right.
I thought the way the runes worked was that if you used up the rune was basically gone from the item. Because you had to, and you would have to
It's
reapply
just
it.
like basically the charge is used up for the day, and like it recharges like on the long rest. I mean,
Give for a chance.
I would mostly treat it in my campaign as like if you use it up, it's gone. That's what I would say. You'd have to reapply the rune. Makes more sense, and it's just always there, just in it's on or off. It's never gone. It's like a magical like brand on an item. Well, I mean, like
it doesn't really matter.
Nah, I mean, like you're mostly gonna keep it ready until like you activate it anyways, so it's on permanently more or less anyways.
Basically, it only says like your rune remains on an object until you finish a long rest. An object can bear only one of your runes at a time. So basically, it's over once I go to sleep. But like, you wake up, like you reapply it, and then boom. It's kind of like preparing spells. Like unless you do something else, like yeah, I'm gonna change my spells. Like
Yeah, I'm mostly saying that for like
Basically.
for future purposes.
Okay.
Because it should be fine. Realistically, you're not gonna always activate the stone rune anyways, and so most
Yeah.
cases, leave it alone. Most cases, you would keep it. You'd have the blind vision anyways. You know, the dark vision anyways.
yeah,
Stab.
it's really just the inside bonus. It's nice.
All right, but we ready to roll up and get down?
I suppose yes.
Delon, you are in the room where they're talking.
Right, yeah. I mean, I'm there. I'm ready. Woke up.
You got those inspiration dice, Delon?
I do have that inspiration dice.
We
I
might
have-
need it.
All right. So Delon actually will be like, yeah, he'll stand up. He's like, all right, everyone, we're going in. So Bob, you lead the way. Make sure everything's maintained and taken care of. What we find on there will be surprises. Let's make sure Ophelia is taken care of. I don't want no surprises there. I have confidence in everyone. We can do this.
Well,
I will roll charisma. Just cause whatever.
Actually, Bob,
Mhm.
just been meaning to ask.
Yeah.
Your octopus form, how many people can you carry with you, or just pull down?
I have to check my character sheet just a second. So it's a large sized creature. They don't actually list. I don't know how the numbers work in 5th edition when it comes to. But typically, a large creature can carry at least 2 people. But since I have a bunch of, you know,
Quit getting into stuff. Come here.
the cat disagrees.
Cat does disagree.
But yeah, no, I should be able to carry like 3, maybe 4 people. I would say.
Yeah, I'd say that.
Because I got 17 strength, and I'm a large creature, and I have all the tentacles.
Yeah, I would say that Bub in Roctopus form could easily carry in like a handful of trips the party down, like maybe 2 or 3 trips.
Yeah, I could go killer whale and take everybody though, because that's huge size.
Realistically, Bub, you know that there's not many like creatures down there that are like dangerous.
Yeah.
I suppose yeah, you give your.
I think
answer.
everyone else can swim. You can just, you know, chill
Yeah.
on my head or whatever, and everyone else.
Yeah,
Can swim.
most
that's
people
why I
can
asked.
swim. Gildas
There's,
would probably, if he's wearing his heavier armor, would probably need somebody to bring him with him though.
Yeah, anybody
Yeah.
wearing heavy armor would. Yeah.
That's why I asked. So I guess yeah, if you give your answer like 2, 3 people.
I'll just carry you and Delon, and we'll be good.
I'll say, see, I'm asking because well, I don't know how to swim. Even less
What?
so
How can you not know how to swim? He laughs at you.
Because, see, Bob, I've been living up in the mountains for as far as I can remember.
But what if you have to take a bath? Then you're gonna fall and drown.
You know, you can just put a little. Shit, what's the word again? Well, bucket of water. Fill it up with enough water that you can stand in it and not drown. You know.
Yeah, but you don't get completely clean that way.
It's
Hello?
fine, don't worry about it, bub. Most dwarves can't swim either. Tulio walks by, drinking some beer. Sucks to be you.
Well, it makes more sense for dwarves, but he's a human. Humans need to swim.
You see, I only have the luxury of having like a small stream near my house, and I never really went down the valley, you know, enjoy the rivers, or even go to the beach and enjoy the sea.
Hey Gildas, you want to
Oh.
learn how to swim like I did?
No
I was thinking
thanks.
the same thing, bro. Thinking the same thing, bro.
This is how I learned to swim. They strapped some metal armor to my chest, and threw me into the ocean.
Yes. Well,
Were they
that was
teaching
actually
you how
how-
to swim, or they were trying to get rid of you? I think they were trying to do both, actually.
That's awful.
Be that as it may, would you mind pulling me down, Bob?
Yeah, that's okay. I can do that. Also, you can't swim in big armor. That's hard.
Although, yeah, technically it's mithril armor, so really, probably not.
Is it what mithril? What type of armor though?
Chainmail.
So that's probably light. Yeah. So actually, you're probably fine. I'm mistaken.
It's still for water
Yeah.
buoyancy purposes metal, so it'd be heavier in the water than on land.
Besides, like the weapons and like all the rest, like
Yeah. Gildas is actually carrying enough gear that if he were to go in the water, he'd have a very hard time staying above water or swimming or controlling himself without drowning.
I mean, I could just strip down to my loincloth, but
Gildas chugs the water breathing potion and just jumps in the water. He goes straight down, starts walking on the bottom.
yes. Well, I mean, technically, yeah, I could do that because freedom of movement before. I just walk down the bed of the lake. But I would do that if we did it the next day, but I can't do it now, so we'll do the Bub Express.
Alrighty.
Well,
Well, if we're going back under there, there should be another fun trip. Though I don't know what else could be down there that could be worth going through all the hassle. But don't worry, I already got the nets all set up.
Follow me. Ba-ba-da-ba.
Alright.
I press the triangle. I press the square button, and I go down the menu 3 options, and I press X on the where the water is, and we quick travel there.
So, Bub, you take the party through the Kobold way, through the village. It's faster than the normal way.
That's
And,
right. Don't you forget it.
And you make your way towards the lake. Once you arrive, Eleanor distributes the water-breathing potions. Alright, these should give us precisely 16 hours of water breathing. I couldn't quite manage to make it the full 24.
That's okay. I transform into a giant octopus, and I think, I can do this now. I can speak directly in your mind.
Make sure that's all you do, Bub.
Huh?
You don't
Well,
wanna
I can
go
only
rooting
read
around.
minds once a day.
You don't want to go
So-
rooting around where you don't want to see some things. Might give you an advanced education.
Oh, I have a very advanced education. Thank you. I feel like I'm gonna revisit that at some point.
I mean, Bob did go to college.
It's a very advanced education.
Bob is plankton. I've been to college.
Yeah, Bub is much more educated than you peasants out there. So.
Much,
Give
actually.
me some lip.
Honestly, he really is.
Bob's actually super educated, funny enough, by Kobold standards and by most citizen standards.
It's so funny. And I'm about to get my graduate education.
Yeah.
I got my diplomas, my certificates.
How funny
Alrighty.
would it be if, like, your scholar class and you're just like, you use your diploma to fight?
Bub MD.
Druid MD.
The heavier your
Oh, dude, well,
Ballot
yeah,
is
MD
heavier,
stands for
more-
medical
more-
doctor, but like here it stands for moon druid.
It
is, Bub MD.
That's true.
That's like- you can actually use your diploma because you have multiple diplomas wrapped around each other, and it becomes a heavier weapon.
That's awesome.
Becomes a
Keep it
light
back.
bludgeoning weapon.
Exactly.
All right. So I try. So Rocktopus, go. Whoever's getting on me, hold on.
All right. So Tulio
Oh,
chugs his
no.
water breathing potion, and he takes a few steps back before running, and he actually does like perfect form dives into the water, disappearing below the surface. Did they teach him how to swim, or or more than that? Oh well. You see as like Yorm walks towards the water, puts a foot in. Oh, I don't like this. Dwarves to stay on the ground, and he just starts running towards the ground, into the water. He actually he is gonna try to stay on the ground in the water. He doesn't want to swim.
Oh, come on now.
So you just see as
Delon's
Yorm
gonna chug
runs
it.
below the water surface, more or less.
Delon will chug his water drinking and he'll just swim.
Alrighty.
No. Oh, I'll drink mine and like nestle myself in Bab's tentacle. Have a nice ride.
Actually, yeah, I think technically Delon and Gildos are the ones that probably need to be carried by Bub the most.
Alright, that's fine. I have athletics
Dude,
even
have
though.
like 100 pounds of gear, more than 100 pounds.
Well, I took it off.
Oh, you did take it off?
Yeah, why would I carry... Like, I'm the heaviest set. There's like no way. Delon is basically down to like a shirt and pants.
Oh, in
There's
that
really
case,
no
in that
reason.
case, you could swim.
Yeah, there's really no reason for him to carry all that. Also, it's really good quality stuff. It's gonna get damaged from water.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not
Are
gonna
you
do that.
bringing, are you bringing any, like, the Sword of Echoes?
I
or
will bring
anything
the
with you?
Sword of Echoes.
Okay.
I will bring my Sword of Echoes because I would not be.
Yorm will actually keep his blunderbuss with him. He has it strapped to his back
Hey.
as he goes under.
The lake is in salt water, right, Marshall?
No, it's fresh water.
We'll be fine then. Boom. Keeping my full gear on, because you never know.
I mean, the blunderbuss won't go off underwater, but all right.
Well, it can still act as a club.
Magical flint.
He's also got his
Magical.
hand axe on him, but
Yeah,
the
the bayonet.
blunderbuss also has a bayonet on it. So.
Yeah.
Eleanor drinks hers, and essentially, when she arrives, she's wearing her drow garb essentially, and she basically swims beneath the water surface. Snacks counts up as many different gears as he can, and then straps them all to his back with some rope and cord, and then just jumps in the water cannonball style. Cannonball! And then just sinks to the bottom with his gear as he begins swimming a little bit.
Did he forget to take the potion?
Snacks did forget to drink the potion, and as he's running out of breath, he grabs the potion and chugs it underwater.
Ah, dummy. Beautiful, beautiful dummy.
Alright, so the party is now underwater, heading for the going down and down. Following Bub, you lead them down towards the underwater temple area, and as you begin to make your way there, you see that still the water elementals seem to be gone, but some of the algae or like little bits of like underwater vegetation that were here seem to have withered and died. Oh, another thing of note is Ophelia is just kind of hovering. She's not swimming nor walking. She just hovers beside you all.
I knew she would
That's
have
weird.
She looks more like a banshee than anything in the water.
All right. So I'm gonna lead everybody to where the door is.
As you get closer to the door, you do notice that more and more of the vegetation has withered and died.
Mm-hmm.
And as the party gets to the door, it's a very large door, bigger than like all of you, bigger than even like a dragon. It's just a very tall double door with one of it just pulled open, kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, due to water breathing potions, I believe you can actually talk underwater. Technically, though it would sound a little muffled.
Well, I have telepathy, so.
True.
It's like
But for those that don't.
one bubble for yes, two bubble for no.
All right, here we are. Keep your eyes peeled. I'm gonna go
Eleanor
in.
walks over to the door and she just starts like marveling at it. She has a hand on her chin. She's leaning forward, looking at the door, like looking at its every detail. She gestures you over to Lawn, asks you like mimes like a painting gesture, and then like puts her hands in like a please gesture.
Painting a what?
Eleanor's basically pleading with you to paint the door.
How could you
Me?
paint underwater?
Yeah.
Paint.
She just
If
wants
I
you to
have
paint
my
the door. she wants you to she's basically like this is she wants you to paint the door because it's a giant underwater temple door.
All right. I guess I'll roll.
I hope they're waterproof water paint.
Yeah, I guess I'll roll performance. All right.
Magic.
When you do agree, she
no-
actually hands you some materials.
All right. I rolled like an 11. It's not great.
All right.
Uh,
Eleanor smiles at you and accepts it. She seems happy with it.
Close enough.
She's
Alright,
just
keep
happy
your
to have
eyes
some
peeled.
have some detail essentially.
Yeah. I think it's hilarious. She handed it to the wand. Here,
Alright.
big, what was it? Here, you big lug. Paint me a sonnet. It's like what? paint me music.
Alright, so Bub, you lead them into the door after Eleanor does that. And as you head in, you can see that there is like a bit of a haze in the water in the area. Ophelia, when she comes in, she actually hovers and lands on the ground, looks left and looks right, holds her hand out, and kind of makes like she rubs her fingers together. When Ophelia speaks, you can hear her quite clearly, even though you're underwater. If any of the other ones you talk, it's muffled, kind of like a little harder to understand, but you can understand due to the water breathing.
Mhm.
There is a taint in the air.
Yeah, I think something was here, but I don't know what it is. I wasn't able to figure it out. Y'all are smart. And so I'm gonna point with one of my hands, one of my tentacles towards the treasure, and I say, "That's where the treasure is." And then I'm gonna point to where the murals are. That's where the murals are.
Well, Marshall, let's do a quick scan of the surroundings.
Go ahead.
Maybe we can find something. So, underwater perception.
Holy shit! Well, you're gonna find whatever I didn't. Dang, let's go.
So Gildas, as
30.
you're like doing an active look around, you can see that there is a bone dragon further down into this large chamber that is curled itself kind of like a dog that would curl itself around something it wants to protect. It's curled itself around what looks like a tree. Its eyes are locked on the party, and it seems to mostly be looking towards Bub. You can also tell that the murals have been recently restored, and there is quite a lot of treasure down here. Quite a decent amount. Let's see. There doesn't appear to be anything else down here that's alive. Another thing of note is you notice there are claw marks all over this place. On the door that is just behind you, on the walls, on the ceiling. There's a broken chandelier that's just like in the middle of the chamber. On the roof, it looks like something tried to tunnel its way out. They're all, due to your perception, the claw marks are dragon-sized. You can also tell that there is indeed a haze of like somewhat like ink in the air. If you know what the Marianas Trench looks like deeper down with just like floating shit in the murky water, it's kind of like that right now.
Right.
Oh, another thing you notice is that the bone dragon's bones have black little like like a weird blackness, like etched into cracks on its bones.
Honestly, it's amazing you're able to see any of this because underwater is notoriously difficult to see
Yeah.
anything at all.
You got a nat
Sharingan.
20 and he has dark
No,
vision.
no, I mean, yeah, no.
No,
Wait,
30
no,
means you
he's
see
spec.
everything.
Basically,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's spec.
You see everything. That's what 30
But
means.
I respect the spec.
What I was what I was about to ask though is that about the claw marks. Like, can I tell that they all come from the same like skeleton dragon, or
They're all the same
Okay.
creature. This whatever clawed all over this place is from the same beast. They're all old, however.
right? Like, did Bab saw them?
Bub did.
Yeah, I mean, I learned the story from it, so
Right.
no confusion here.
Yeah, he knows that the dragon went insane, being locked inside for hundreds of years before it just curled up and died.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Such a sad thing.
It's so sad, dude.
So I'll say, well, I'm not noticing anything that Bub didn't tell us already. I mean, we got the bone dragon down there, claw marks all around, and the tree. Although, yes, there is indeed a haze, but from whence it comes, I don't know. Perhaps this very same dragon over there, but it does have some weird marks on it.
As the party's kind of looking around, Ophelia has begun to walk around, kind of studying some of the murals. An interesting thing that you can immediately tell, Gildas, is that wherever Ophelia walks, the haze in the air kind of like seems to cluster around her, but it leaves the water clearer where she walks. Doesn't seem overly aware of it, however.
Uh-huh.
Uh-oh.
Let's see.
Does Eleanor want Delon to describe the murals?
Oh yes,
something?
she is pointing at the murals and like everything around, asking you to paint as well.
Oh boy, okay.
She's very
Oh.
excitable about like.
Do that one.
She'll put her
Yeah,
hands
so-
in like a hand, like put her hands together in
Bub's
like a
gonna be
pleading
like,
gesture when she does it.
Shit, what's her name? I keep forgetting the female name.
Eleanor. Ophelia.
Eleanor. There's all these murals over here. You're very good at reading. Maybe you can learn something I couldn't.
Eleanor will approach the murals. I imagine she's
Alright.
standing beside Delon as he's painting and she's reading them.
Yeah, 22. Yeah, 22.
Very
The
nice.
murals.
As
That
we're
is
still
very
on the
good.
topic- as we're on the topic of the murals, I'll let Ophelia read some of them, but like, after a while, I just call her out those. I'm like, yeah, you can just stick with after that.
Right. Meanwhile, and I'm just gonna look at where the treasure is. Well, I guess. Okay. I probably should. I'm gonna go talk to the dragon first, but I don't know
Can I
where he
take-
is.
It's basically Bone Dragon is around 3. You just say, hey, Bone Dragon.
He
can you
just
take
like
crap?
showed up last night, so Bub doesn't actually know where he's staying.
Wasn't he there last time before you left?
Yeah, no, he's here, but like,
Yeah.
I don't know where he stays because he's like very stealthy. Like he just came out of
Okay.
nowhere.
I
What's
did
up,
you
bro?
well, like put it down to where he was.
Yeah, he's
so
curled
you should
around
be
the
able to
tree.
find him.
Okay, so I'm gonna swim over to where the dragon is and explain who these people are. We're gonna try to figure out everything and see what we can do to help you.
The bone dragon nods at you, Bub, and kind of lays its head back down. As Ophelia is standing beside you, Delon, you hear her talking to herself. Miraculous, these murals tell such an interesting story. I'm not entirely sure whether I believe the story, however, but it's an interesting one.
does it say?
Oh, sorry, I was wrapped in it. It's depicting that dragons have been here for some time, and there are protectors. They came from on high, and that they offer worship to the heavens. The heavens gives them power, and the dragons, at least in this mural, served as guardian protectors of the corners of this world. It's a bit silly, however. Why would the protectors constantly wage war against us?
Talon's actually gonna speak up in gurgled voice. I've been considering that. Did it ever occur that perhaps they don't know any better?
How do you mean?
Well, 5 hatchlings come, just as the plant dragon spoke. 5 every time. Hawk had confirmed it when I was speaking to him earlier. Where I was earlier today. If they're there, an always existing 5, they burrow a little hole and we never find them until they're young adults. How the hell are they gonna know what they can be? By the time they reach young adulthood, they think they've figured it all out. And you try telling a dragon with ego and power that no, you're meant to be a guardian, you're meant to be a friend, you're meant to work in tandem in the land of king. Dylan just shakes his head. Stop it. Perhaps, I don't know. At least that's my perception of it.
Perhaps. But I've never been acquainted with a younger dragon before, so I don't have enough information to know how they would react to such things. I've only met the blue, well, now the pearl as well, and the green. They don't seem the guardian type. Well, maybe the pearl does, but guardian's not what I would first consider.
Perhaps these were dragons before. Dragons when they worked in tandem. I'm not saying I have the answers. It's just a theory, but I've been studying dragons all my life. I've always been fascinated by them, but I feel like I'm still learning things about them. But these murals paint a much clearer picture than anything I've seen. Then again, I do come from a nation that is an expert in how to defeat them. So, what do I know?
Snacks walks up, looks at the murals.
Snacks thinks it's not complicated. This old temple. And it's just old beliefs. Last 2 time, this what they believe. But what one believe isn't always true. One hunter think best way to hunt is with bow. Other think with trap. Other think with gun or perhaps spear. Really, they're all right.
Fair point, young Snacks. Fair point.
I suppose you could see it that way, that, well, the dragon fights us, and we arm up, we try to repel them, and defeat them. That means we now develop the means to protect ourselves, thus the dragon had just achieved its duty as a guardian.
Ah, yes. That's an effective way. Many wild creatures, Tasmanian devils, teach their children by nearly killing them. They are very fearsome creatures.
What's a Tasmania?
Snacks has no idea. Just seen those creatures. Evil.
That's where
wicked
Snacks
creatures.
is from.
Very strong, very vicious.
By the way, as everyone's talking, Tulio has just been sorting the treasure and piling it into different nets and putting them outside the front door.
I figured. I figured
man
I
has
didn't even need to
priorities.
ask.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I
that's
bred him here for. So
Yeah.
I mean,
It's like,
he's doing his job. That's what he was hired to do.
Just getting my payment, chief. Well, I'll say that. I'll say. By the way, Ophelia.
Yes.
Have you noticed anything as you walked by? Walked around?
No, I've mostly just been studying the architecture. I feel as if I've been here before.
Well then, since she'll probably look at me, I'll just motion her to just turn around.
As she turns around, she seems to look up and down and all sort of around her. The weird miasma that's in the water has kind of been permeating in like a weird bubble around her that follows her when she walks. So she actually takes a hand out and kind of moves it around, sees as the miasma floats around her. That is rather disconcerting.
Right. It started when you went along the walls. Literally, well, just took a look, and well, yes, it did gather around you. The rest of the water became clearer. It's just that, well, can't really be sure whether that's a good thing or a bad thing at the moment. So I thought to warn you, just in case.
I appreciate it, my lord. She looks around some more, before turning to the party. May I attempt something?
Hold on, just pauses. What are you attempting?
This miasma gathers around me, yet it is not harming me. It is a sickly, dark sort of taint, yet it is not harming myself. I wish to attempt an experiment with it. However, it could affect the room as well as myself. Thus I wish to ask.
Am I finished painting the murals?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I will ready a Radiance Blast if necessary. I'll put it down if I have to. Go on. No, I'm just fucking.
You
Go
see,
on,
as
hold
while this is happening, by the way, you hear boot
Oh,
falls as Yorm finally arrives. Sorry I'm late. I refuse to swim. Yorm keeps his feet firmly planted on the ground. He walks and stomps with effort down.
I feel like it's less like the sound of boots, and more like there's a huge cloud of like dirt and sand.
That too. You just see it kind of walk in. It's just like Yorm just appears. You can hear water kind of like whoosh when he presses his feet down.
Yeah, but Ophelia, yeah, she gets my mark.
Right.
That's fine. Go ahead and test.
All right, she'll actually turn to you as well, Bob.
mm-hmm.
She's asking for permission from the party. You're the one that currently holds her philanthropy.
She wants to experiment with the things around her to see if she can do something with them.
All right, I'll go tell my dragon fan that's what's happening.
Right.
I don't know what his name is. His name is Steve until further notice.
The bone dragon, when you mention that Ophelia wants to try something with the miasma, tilts its head, looks towards Ophelia, rises up, and starts walking towards her. Ophelia actually looks up at it without any fear, simply staring into its eyes. The bone dragon kind of seems to look her dead in the eyes with its glowing sort of like undead gaze. They have a bit of a stare off before Ophelia opens the palm of her hand, almost as if for a handshake. You see as the dragon winds back and attempts to breathe some sort of blast at her.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
Do you interfere or no?
Darkness.
See, as
Bob,
about
what's
to
happening
say,
here?
just in case, well, like, since Darlan, like, prepared something, like, Bob's doing something, like, I was
I will
going to
prepare.
ready, like, some dispel magic, just in case.
I
So,
will ready my breath weapon.
go to go with the lethal way, because you just don't trust her. I'm going with, like, this magic.
I'm just gonna watch.
So, just in case, yeah, but just go, like, either dispel magic on the dragon, or Ophelia if, like, something goes wrong.
Alright. So Bob's gonna let it happen. Gildas, you're gonna let it happen, but prepare for something that could happen right immediately
Yeah.
after. What about you, DeLon?
If it's bad, yeah.
Delon is aiming at the bone dragon, about to use a breath weapon.
Alright, so DeLon's going to attempt to interfere.
No, I'm just gonna ready it.
Alright. So the bone dragon winds back and exudes what looks like a sludgy black flame on Ophelia. Ophelia
Uh-oh.
gets basically consumed by it for a moment. And when the bone dragon finishes, she's perfectly fine. You actually see as it breathed this flame on her, the miasma in the area slowly kind of like pooled around Ophelia's feet and disappeared. When the process is finished, the water is completely clear and healthy. The bone dragon's weird black like ichor that was in its cracked bones is gone, and it seems much less pained. Ophelia, however, looks completely fine. She has her hand still extended, but she kind of blinks and looks around. That is not what I anticipated.
What the fuck just happened?
What did you anticipate then?
I had intended to try to commune with this miasma, but instead the miasma is within me.
What?
Did you clean it up?
In a sense,
Optimism, no jutsu.
this area itself is cleaner. The bone dragon is cleaner. The miasma is not gone, it is simply transferred. But I myself remain fine.
But where did it come from? The miasma. It wasn't here when I first came here.
It came from the beast. And Ophelia actually points towards the bone dragon, which seems to be kind of like looking at its claws, flexing, unflexing them, and kind of like rubbing on its bony arms, where the black ichory veins used to be.
Well, you know what? Fuck it. I mean, I still have it ready. Like, yeah, the miasma is on her, right? But why not just try? Because, like, we kind of need to get rid of it. But, like,
Yeah.
I don't know if, like, picking up Ophelia absorb everything is like the correct course. So, I'll just try and say, well, given that the miasma is now inside of you, would you allow me to cast something?
Yes, I will allow such things.
Right. So, I will cast Dispel Magic as the 4th level on her.
All right. So Gildos, you do feel as you attempt to dispel magic, you feel as you fail to do so.
Yeah.
Just
I
auto
can
fail.
expect it, but I mean, I tried. Just wanted to see if it would work or not. So
Yeah, it's always fair. Can't hurt to try.
Yeah.
The one seeing that it doesn't work.
Yeah, again, for a full clarification, there is no miasma in the room, not even swirling around Ophelia anymore. The whole area is clean and looking like a vibrant ecosystem again.
And Delon will say, "You retain the miasma now."
It seems
can't. This can't keep happening. I don't know what as it. If you keep retaining this level of taint or blight, I can't imagine how much this is going to impact you. There must be some way of proper cleansing all of this. Or are you merely just accumulating it now that can then be removed later?
I believe that while it is currently within me, it is contained. But I do as well believe that if we were to follow the proper courses, this miasma could be expelled from myself and conquered.
Proper course, such as what?
I have told you of it already. Holy sites.
Okay. Do you sense any more miasma in the area, or has it all been collected from this point?
There is no miasma within the Savage Lands.
You have accumulated the only area which had it.
Yes, there is no remaining miasma within the Savage Lands.
Nor this creature.
No, the creature is clean.
Okay. And you now retain all of it, no more in the Savage Lands.
Yes.
Okay. Then, if you are feeling alright then, I will consider that a success. But I do highly suggest we, more than ever, go to a holy place to rid you of this miasma and deal with it properly.
I would agree.
When we can.
While I believe this body can maintain much of the miasma, I do not quite feel comfortable maintaining all of it indefinitely.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's like having a bad flu, really. Just to get you the medicine. In the meantime, your body can do some work, but just as a boost. Or it will heal slowly.
Then, said Bob, your bony friend seems to be cleansed at this time. What next step should we do?
Bobby's dead.
Oh, I was muted. Hooray!
Yeah, I'm asking you. You're the druid here. You know what to do next.
Did we learn anything else from the mural?
Eleanor said that the murals seem to depict dragons came from on high as guardian protectors, and that they were given power by the heavens to protect the mortals of the realm. That's what the murals seem to depict.
You could ask your bony friend if that's true.
Well, I already know that's true.
Cool.
I'm a
This-
kobold. Of
that's
course
what-
it's true.
This is literally what kobolds are taught. Like, so I mean,
Right.
he wouldn't question that.
Cool.
The other thing that was learned is that Ophelia, there was a taint in the room, a miasma which was similar to the one that you encountered at the Corpse Flower, as well
Yeah.
as in Gloucester. Ophelia has essentially cleansed the bone dragon of the taint that was on it, as well as this room. And she said there is no more miasma within the Savage Lands.
I wonder how it got all the way down here.
The bone dragon returns to you, Bub, and it, as you say that, it kind of looks around and gestures towards the door, and then gestures towards the tree and everything.
Well, did somebody come through the door?
It points at you, Bub.
No, but I didn't open it. It was open when I got here.
The bone dragon shakes its head. It just points at you again. It's as if saying you're the only one who's come in since it was closed.
But I didn't open the door. It was open when I got here.
Delon actually will interject at this point. Bob, I've been meaning to actually mention. The front of this mirror, the door, doesn't it look familiar?
Huh? Familiar how?
So I don't know. Do you need me to roll? Yeah. Do you need me to roll insight or whatever for me to explain this, or?
No, I
You,
believe
the DM.
Delon could figure it out.
Okay.
Delon was there at the time.
Yeah, I was
I
one of the
wasn't.
direct people. Yes, you were. You were the one that opened it.
Nuh-uh.
So it's like Delon goes. You remember when we were at the tranquil waters above the lake here, when we met the Sylvan people, and then entered the inner temple where we met Io.
That was so surprising.
Do those doors not look familiar to you?
Bub thinks about it for a second. He goes out and looks.
But while these doors look old, kind of like degraded by the waters of time, they do look very similar to the door you opened that led you to the chamber where Io was.
I'm gonna come back and be like, is this a temple of Io? To the dragon.
The dragon just nods.
Oh. And then it sank down. I understand now. Well, we met Io recently. Maybe we could ask for... Is Io technically male?
Female. Io is female. Also, wasn't this the Temple of Sylvana?
See,
Wasn't this
Temple Sibana was to the right of the, you go past the statue to the right and just
Right,
take the
right.
second door on the
Right,
left.
but
It
Wouldn't
was
all of
so
this be a
the
temple?
main temple is the temple of Sylviana, which was communicated to you when you got there. However, and Io seemed to imply that it may have been another temple before it was Sylviana's temple.
That's so weird, though.
Well, okay. Well, I don't know how to bring the temple back up. I know that's what you want. And you have to protect the plant, but there has to be some better way to make sure that everything gets restored. Maybe we could ask for Io's help, question mark. Or Tiamat's help. Bub is very popular with dragon gods.
You see as Yorm kind of looks around. Well, I don't know about ancient elven temples, but if a dwarven temple has a fail-safe measure to sink it into the rock or cause things to come tumbling on top of it, there's usually a fail-safe measure somewhere to undo the catastrophe. Only dwarves would know where it would be, though.
Delon glances to Eleanor.
I'm not entirely certain there is such a thing here. I've never
Honestly,
truly set foot here, but it does stand to reason if there was a way to submerge the city, there's a way to raise it.
Marshall, we all were Sylvan at one point, so we all know, technically. So, we're all citizens of that temple. So, damn it.
No, you can roll. You got inspiration, and or you can also roll a d6.
You're like people on the
yeah.
internet pretending they know a lot about religion, but
No, but I really actually go like
Oh.
inspiration, because it would be a good moment to actually use it this time.
actually,
Oh,
Yeah,
you go.
21.
Inspiration 21.
at first you're like, well, actually,
Well, actually, I'm more else than you else, so yeah.
I'm not even like a 1% elven, so take that.
Exactly.
Better
My
species,
grandma was a
kobolds.
half-orc, damn it.
Mhm.
The pigskin tribe.
Alrighty, continue, Gildas.
Yeah, well, as we're all like Sylvans and well, essentially priests and like practitioners and like citizens of that whole city, I feel like we would know more or less like what to do in case of like this happening. Much like the dwarves would know like what to do with the temple things into the mountain. So recalling the memories of my Sylvan self, if such a thing do exist, I'm gonna get to the mechanism or try to
Alright.
find it.
So with a 21, as you try to call on the temporary memories you gained while being here in that sort of in that IO realm of sorts, it's vague and hard to pull on, but you do with a 21 manage to kind of grasp a few threads and hold on to them. You know, as you're trying to recall this information, that the person you were in that moment was not a high-ranking priest, but all priests that were in the temple were informed what would happen if the city were to be submerged. They were to gather in a certain chamber, and the submerge would serve as a natural barrier for their protection, which would have been the room outside this very room, as this is a door that is at the end of another large chamber where Bub found the first bit of treasure. So they would have gathered outside this door. This door here would have served as, say, a room where the highest priests would have gone in to pay homage or pray while they are submerged, to receive a blessing to potentially keep their civilization alive. It's also where the tree that served as their ward, that created a natural barrier to keep the water from crashing in, was. And that is where you figure out, perhaps, what kept the water at bay at one time.
You gotta fix the tree.
Right. So, essentially, you all seem to just like walk back and forth, looking around
Yeah.
before just going back to the group and say, well, essentially, I'll tell you what Marshall just told me and say, well, I think we would just have to fix the tree, as you said. And that should do it, for the most part.
You think by restoring its power, it would raise the city? The temple, at least?
Yes, but also so if you want to. I mean, the people up there don't really know there's something like that, so
The
they'd
line
be
glances back
alarmed
to
if
Eleanor.
something rose up suddenly, but
It would be a
That-
surprise, but the Church of Sylviana would immediately rush to the site and attempt to explore it and document it. The priests themselves would come from the temple to do so themselves. Tulio walks up, pops his head in from outside. Hey, before we raise this thing, can we take all the treasure? I know how those doctor professor types work. As soon as this thing raises, All the treasure is a historical artifact.
Well, that
He's right.
Look up. We have to take it.
I can 100% agree with Tulio.
Look, we got here, we raised the city. This is our payment for a job well done, right, bub?
That's right.
Well, then, Leno, you wanted to write a book about your findings here, so doing that might just ruin it a bit, potentially.
Delon
Yes.
tilts his head. Mm.
But in exchange for myself writing a small book on this, it would be given back to the people of Lunaria. It's a decent trade-off, honestly. I don't need the
with
fame
all
and
due-
recognition. I'm more than content to return this to my people.
Don't sell yourself short also. It may seem a bit incredulous, but you would be named as one of the elves helping to do so. You would be remembered for that, at least.
Right.
Being remembered's good. The elves need to remember who stands at the top, the dragons.
Well, I suppose you could still write about your encounter, like what you learned from that. We might still
Right.
not know about the nightly apparitions. Just that they would know there's something there.
Yes, it would be a complementary work to assist with they already discover, I think.
And I'm sure, with all due respect, even with the restoration of the temple, I don't think spirits quite leave their place. I'm sure that there'll be enough water here that people could still enjoy the lake for what it is.
Oh yes, this would, if the depictions which I have studied before were true, if this were to rise up, a walkway would rise up with it. The temple would be in the center of the lake. There'd still be plenty of deep spaces of water for ones to swim or fish in.
Then, if you have your permission, I think this place has slumbered enough. And Delon glances to Tulio, and I suppose, yes, you may take the gold and such.
Excellent. Bob, help me take these to the beaches. We're gonna bury them in the sands like before, and we're gonna whisk them away in the night.
Okay.
Bob
That
and
should be
Tulio
hilarious.
do so for,
Eleanor, that's in front of Eleanor brings it up. She didn't know about that before.
Wait, is that where all of that... And they're gone.
Yep.
I'm
go
going
on.
to have a strong word with them when all of this is over with.
Hmm.
Well, she will find out anyway eventually. I say to Dalan.
Delon nods solemnly. Aye.
Snacks
Eventually
walks
she did.
over to you all. If we are going to be raising city, how would we do so? Tree looks fine, but is weak.
Well,
Huh?
we just give it energy, I suppose.
Trees just kind of grow. They don't eat and gain energy like us.
Yeah, but it's not an ordinary tree, I think.
Is it carnivorous? Is it going to eat us? Snacks is not very heavy, doesn't have very much meat on his bones. I recommend this one.
And he points to Yorm.
Oh.
Hey, come off it! There's more muscle here than not.
Precisely why you are a more fitting meal than Snacks.
I mean, you know what? We don't have a druid yet, so while Bob does his thievery and all that, I'll do his job for now. And, basically, I'll stand by the tree and cast this.
Mm.
The
I
energy
love
radius from you
vitality.
in an area aura with a 30-foot radius until the spell ends. The area moves with you. Center. You can use a bonus action to cause one creature in the area, including you, to gain 2d6 points. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 1 minute, so it depends on like how many times I have to cast that. Until I fall back to healing word, but
All right.
it's a start.
So the tree does look a little perkier. and it seems to be a little bit bigger.
I'll contribute some. I don't know how. I don't really have very strong spells. Maybe placing my hand on it.
Dragon energy.
Dragon energy, I guess.
You place your hand on the bark of the tree, Delon. You can feel that it's quite warm, and it does have a radiance to it.
So, as we do that, I'll call Ophelia over.
Oh yeah, she can just transfer energy.
No, I mean, not just that. I'll say, you're a disciple of Io, so why not pray at the tree? That might just
Aw.
work.
Yes, I think that is quite a splendid idea. Thank you, my lord. See as Ophelia walks over towards the tree and ceases hovering and just kind of like kneels fully, lowers her head, her hair billowing around her. She just claps her hands together in prayer. The tree does seem to grow a little bigger as some sort of like a shimmer seems to go through the room. Shortly after Ophelia began praying. She does maintain her prayer, but it doesn't seem to be doing anything extra, but she does continue to pray regardless.
I love that this feels like a side quest that normally you would get later in game, but if you were just skilled enough or lucky enough, you could do much earlier.
Those are the best quests, dude.
While
Hopefully
all of
we'll
this
still
is
have
going
things to
on, Tulio and Bub return from their escapade.
Mm-hmm.
Doing the real work over here. All y'all here talking about them side quest plot. I'm busy making the paper for this family.
Dude, we're literally
Get
doing
it off
your job as a
appreciated
druid.
here.
Like, you're a
Bub's
fucking
over
druid,
here,
like we
just
have
Bub's
to make
over
a
here, just
tree grow. Like,
Bub with
just like
triple
that.
bracketing, and then the party's over here, you know.
No, I just
It's
need
like-
some respect here for doing the
Hey,
work.
you know
Get
what,
it out
Bub?
later.
Why don't Hey, Bub, I'm doing your job. Maybe like you as a druid can transfer some of Delon's radiance or some
I
crap.
already put a bunch of energy in it earlier.
No, I'm asking
remember?
you to help
Yeah, well,
me.
clearly you did a bad job at it. 'Cause you're still doing
I
your fucking job.
literally used all my spells on it, dude.
That's what I'm
Well,
saying.
there is
Hey,
one
we
thing
should
though,
just
Bub.
we should just revoke your druid license because clearly you can't make a tree grow. And like you're interested in like metal like stuff and all that. Well, like druids are supposed to hate metal. Like,
Oh my
crazy.
god.
Look,
Look,
I've always
shiny
hated
part.
that.
Look,
I've
I
always hated
just,
that. Not that kind of druid.
I just,
Bub,
Go back
this
to
is the
druid
first
school.
time you've come down here with your new druid staff, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it fused to me when I transformed, as the rules say. I can't hold on to it, technically. Unless I was like away from it before I transformed. Then I guess I could do that.
Do you want to try to call on it?
Yeah, I don't have a name for it, but I call it Interceptor. No, I'm just kidding.
So as you attempt to call upon your druid staff, Bub, just kind of thinking about it, it actually appears roctopus-sized in one of your roctopus tentacles.
ooh.
Your staff
my knuckle
currently
is there.
seems to be giving off a bit of a nature glow. The tree in the middle of the room seems to be responding by giving off a similar nature-like glow.
All right, I'm back. What'd you do to it? I swim closer.
As
Trying to
as you
energize
get
it.
closer to the tree, your staff gives off a brighter nature-like glow, and the tree responds.
All right, everybody, stand back. And so I'm gonna think about the time where I was like empowered by the tree in my dream that one time and channel the power of energy. And I'm gonna think about Io while I'm doing it.
Alright. So you channel and do all of this, make a nature roll.
Nature. Oh, thank goodness I rolled well.
Very nice.
I'm like, I don't have any inspiration left.
I bet you should have my guidance to.
Where's my guidance, bro?
That's what Gildos just said.
That's a 30.
Very nice.
Maximum roll.
Very nice. So, Bub, in Rocktopus form, how do you want to restore the tree with your staff?
Yeah, so a couple questions. So I know like this is like fallen down to the bottom of the sea, and it's kind of like, you know, a temple that's on the bottom on the rock face. But in regards to like the trees that are around, you know, the entire area, because it's in a forest, like, are there tree roots going down like around the temple?
Yeah, there are. There are underwater tree roots.
Cool. Okay. Sweet. And I'm trying to empower the tree thing that's in the middle, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
When you first came down here last session, the tree was broken and fallen over, but still seemed alive. And now the tree looks a lot healthier, but it doesn't seem fully bloomed. So you're basically going to be able to restore the tree here with this action, which
Okay.
the party believes will raise the city from under the water.
Okay. All right. I'm glad I clarified. So, would I know where it was planted before? Important.
Oh, the tree currently, when you put all your spell slots into it the first time last session,
Yeah.
I believe you did, I forget what you did, but you did something where you like propped it up and you like put it on top of
Yeah.
itself, and then you did it.
Yeah.
So that it's
Yeah.
basically standing upright, still planted
Okay.
into its original space now.
All right. So I'm gonna send my energy into it, and it's gonna kind of like intertwine, and eventually get thicker and thicker and thicker. Like it's kind of like there's a bunch of nin energy around it, and then what's gonna happen is that energy is gonna sort of like take root into the roots, and the roots are gonna start moving back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and they're gonna start digging their way downwards and begin to spread out further and further as they kind of like move thickly, kind of like I'm in my octopus form, moving my tentacles around. That's what's happening with the tree roots. And
Alright.
as they're continuing to take root, stuff happens. I don't know
Alright.
what stuff happens, but
Very nice, Bub. So as you do this, the party, you feel as Bub begins to channel this that the water in the room kind of billows around him as well, and kind of like an underwater whirlpool centered on him and the tree. You are all in the eye of the whirlpool, so you're fine. The bone dragon is actually sitting outside of the whirlpool and watching Bub closely. As this happens, in the tree before your very eyes begins to grow not only healthier but bigger, to the point that it is the same size as it was in the room when you met Io, which it was a really big, vibrant, healthy tree. You begin to feel the ground beneath your feet just shimmer and shake, as well as the water in the room begin to kind of like pool and flow out to the open door. Shortly afterwards, you feel a lurching, and all of you fall prone. As the temple, you feel the ground beneath your feet as if it just shot it upwards, and it's continuing to do so. The only one who doesn't fall prone is Bub. Which, by the way,
Aha!
Bub, there's currently no water in the room, so even if you're in Octopus form, that matters to you.
Yeah. Well, no, I can still breathe in Rocktopus form.
Oh, it can breathe out of water? Okay, I wasn't sure if it could.
I don't. It doesn't mention that I can't.
Okay, then.
Yeah. No,
Good
never
info.
mind. Yeah, it does. I transform back.
Okay,
Never
okay.
mind.
Okay,
I
I was
transform
like,
back into a kobold.
okay, I was like, wait, I thought it did, huh? Okay.
I transform back into a kobold.
Okay. So you
I didn't read
transform
it.
back. I imagine just kind of like instinctually, but then you continue to channel. As this whole as you feel the ground shimmer and shake as it goes up and up and up, you eventually hear like a crash, like a just like some like a big old whale that breached the surface of the water, as the ground ceases trembling, and suddenly a pulse of energy goes through the entire temple, centered on the tree, and just pulses outwards. Tulio
Wow.
looks around. Alright, so we activated the secret booby trap. Got it. Yorm looks around. Not bad. Not as good as dwarven engineering, though. What? It suffices. Snacks,
It's so
Oh, go ahead.
majestic. Bob was just like in awe.
Snacks looks around the room.
Snacks has no idea what happened, but we were in water and now we're not.
Eleanor slowly sits up and looks around. We must have risen the entire temple then. Bob, excellent job.
It's what I do. For dragons and nature, I will restore the balance and stop the corruption.
Ophelia slowly sits up, wipes her forehead with her forearm, and slowly using her scythe, raises herself up. She seems labored and a bit pained, but she seems fine.
I guess I'll approach. Are you alright?
I do not feel so well. I feel as
Yeah.
if I am not allowed within this room.
Ah. Now, let us remove you from here.
Thank you. May I lean on your shoulder a bit?
Of course.
I'm trying to remember. Ophelia.
Yes.
He looks over, like kind of like he normally doesn't acknowledge her, but he's just gonna like look straight at her in the eye with a very serious face, and he says, "Thank you."
Of course.
The lion will pat Bub's head. To you as well, Sir Bub.
So I'm gonna like go in front of where the tree is, and I'm gonna like turn around and like put my staff down, like I'm a druid, and I put down my staff in front of the tree, like protecting it.
Very nice. As
What
you
about
do
the way?
so, Bub, give me one moment.
This is giving me so much Legend of Dragoon vibes this session.
I was
You've never
just thinking
played it.
that.
You've never
I was
played it,
just
but like I'm just like major
How have you never-
Legend of Dragoon drives.
Oh man, Legend of Dragoon is
I've
great.
played it. I've played it. It's terrible and great at the same time.
It is definitely a gem. It is a gem of a game, but plays by its own RPG rules. And it's
Yeah,
both
pretty
great for it and not. And has problems.
I freaking
It's one of
love
those-
the soundtrack, so I come back
Oh.
to it every once in
Oh,
a
the
while.
soundtrack is
It's magical,
fantastic.
dude.
Yeah. You know, there's another game very similar to that, like a gem has its problems, is Legend of
Legaia?
Yeah,
I need to
Legaia.
actually play that, dude.
We will play it together because I can get you like halfway through the game because I just remember it by heart.
Yeah. That's
I
sweet,
own
dude.
that game. I've played it back and forth. I've never beaten it, but I played it. It's a long game.
So, as you do so, Bub, you see as something kind of proudly sits itself behind the tree and poofs out its wings. I breathe again.
That's a dragon.
Before all of you is sitting a mighty, somewhat goldish, but not fully goldish looking dragon.
Oh.
Eh?
Do I recognize it?
It looks similar to the bone-like structure that the bone dragon had. You can see the bone dragon nowhere in the room.
Okay, but like, do I recognize like which dragon it is?
Oh,
Like, just yeah.
yes, Bub. Without even needing to know, it's a bronze dragon.
The bronze dragon. But I thought you were extinct.
I was, Bub. But I breathe again. I have flesh again. And I am strong once more.
So Bub, like, he's like halfway between like crying and being so super proud. And he puffs out his chest and he says, "We did it!"
Indeed, Bub. You all have done it.
I'm gonna draw as best I can. Draw slash paint.
You can't
Historical painting
help but
time.
notice, Delon, that he juts his chin out a little, stands up straight.
Aw, that is adorable. I'm rolling a
I'm
d6.
gonna stand like sentry too, so I can be cool in the painting.
Yeah, 18. It's good enough.
Very
You
nice.
brought back dragon.
Get that guidance.
Just like that.
Yeah.
20. There we
That's
go.
a 20. That's an actual 20. So it's an actual good painting.
Very nice.
And little Bub, Delon will put little Bub standing right beside him, proud.
Brrr.
What were you saying, though,
Bronze
Gildos?
dragon.
I was saying, just brought back a dragon, just like that.
Yeah, I know. That's kind of hilarious.
You say just like
Nice.
that, but it was buried underneath the water. You needed to perform a very specific ritual.
But yeah, but in grand scheme of things, just kind of, happened,
That doesn't really matter to a dragon. I guess they could just get resurrected.
Yeah, well, I guess we
No,
did
I'm
have
with you. I'm actually completely
a
with you,
few
man.
loops, but
No, I'm with you too. Like, I'm also like, we just resurrected another dragon.
I was like, oh, there's like 3 dragons in the Savage Lands. It's not gonna
I
be a
know,
problem.
alone.
Well, they are the Savage Lands. I mean,
Historically
So what?
speaking, Ophelia, the way she told a tale is that there were dragons in the Savage Lands, which, before they were most dragons elsewhere.
yeah. So Bub's gonna say, "I'm so glad I was able to help."
As am I, Bob. For I have remained down here for a very long time. Not
Honestly, I'm
since
amazed you have sanity.
Moonshaper locked me within here and I lost my faculties.
Well, he couldn't make it back to let you out because he died.
Then
That's
he was
true.
incapable of finding the cure that he sought.
Well, it's difficult to explain, but if you let me here, I'm new to this. I'm gonna send him like some images about like the vision that we got about him when we were talking. I don't even know what to call him. The Giga Dragon. I'm calling him the Giga Dragon.
He's the Emerald Dragon. Emerald Dragon.
Yeah,
Plant
but he's the
dragon.
Giga Dragon, though. I mean, let's be real here. He's more than just an Emerald Dragon. He's ascended to the next level.
Basically.
Yeah, you can call him Giga Dragon. That's fine.
I see. Then he succeeded in some measure of the word. Marvelous. Unfortunate, however, that I have suffered for all these ages. But I hold no ill will to Moonshaper. For it was a noble
Delon,
quest.
like, kind of finishes and says, Great Bronze Dragon, welcome to the land of the living, first and foremost. Secondly, what will you do now?
That's an excellent question.
I will return to my vigil. For in my time I stood watch over the mighty Sylvan people. I protected them with the aid of Moonshaper. When the beast of dark and blight came crashing upon us, I extended my influence to protect those within this temple. Within ages past, the increasing influence of that blight afflicted and slowly irradiated my own majesty, leaving me with a sense of mania. It twisted my desire to protect into a belief that I had been trapped here, not locked away to protect and keep the influence at bay, but trapped forcibly by my friend. It convinced me my friend Moonshaper did not trust me, and that he locked me here to do away with me, so that he might do as he pleases.
Delon's gonna glance to Bub. So what you said is half true. He was placed in here, but it was by your intent to do so, as a vigil against the darkness.
That means that you were corrupted by the Feywild.
But
No, I was corrupted by this putrid entity.
the miasma, Bub.
But a miasma isn't a creature. It comes off of something.
It comes off of the creature. It is a part of it. It is an extension of its influence.
Which means, Delon is basically holding on to Ophelia at this point, means that now Ophelia carries a bit of the blight with her now, and must be rectified.
Yes, I thank thee for helping us in such a manner. Without her, the blight would likely have not been able to be peeled from my marrow. So deep had it ingratiated itself in my form.
Delon's not going to speak for Ophelia, he's just going to hold her up.
I do not wish to be rude, but may I leave your presence, Bronze Dragon? It is uncomfortable to speak here.
Of course. I can see that you are afflicted with a condition most malevolent, yet your heart remains benevolent. I will not eradicate you for this. I will allow you to step into the outside realm.
Thank you.
I thank you, Great Bronze Dragon, for this generous move, your generosity.
Think nothing of it. Her heart remains pure, even if the body remains foul.
You're adorable. Sorry, that's out of game. No, Delon's not going to say that out loud. Like, thank thee. And Delon's just going to carry her out. Delon has so many questions with the Bronze Dragon, but we don't.
Yeah, so Bub's gonna say, yes, well, this miasma and this corruption, it has to do with our quest. And I'm gonna explain our quest real quick.
Yeah,
A noble
I might as
quest
well.
indeed. But a perilous one. A quest that has been done before.
but Moonshaper didn't succeed completely. This time, we're gonna get everyone to know about the threat so that they'll be ready, and then together we can stop it.
Then I wish you luck in your endeavor, Bob. For now you walk in the shadow of Moonshaper. You walk within the same steps he took. You will find that the steps are bigger than your own, as you have large shoes to fill.
Okay. Well, if you're going to protect this place. Oh no! You don't have any kobolds to delegate. This is awful. I can't just let a dragon do all the work. You gotta have kobolds to help you do the work.
Does he even know about kobolds?
He actually
It might be so.
tilts
He might be
his
so
head at
old
that.
he doesn't even know what that is.
He actually does tilt his head at that. A kobold? Is this what you are, little Bob?
Yes! I am a blue kobold,
I see.
created as a servant to the blue dragon.
And here I
Next is
thought
the red
you were
kobold.
a stunted, unfortunately malnourished little dragon.
No, I'm very healthy.
That's good. You were so underdeveloped for your age. I had
I'm
begun
6
to
years
grow
old.
worried you for your task.
Oh no, I just have flaky skin.
Might I recommend bathing within the waterfalls? It might help.
That's nice, but we gotta do a lot of traveling. Not enough time for bathing.
Very
And Bub
true.
says, speaking of traveling, a lot has changed since you were gone from here. But I need to introduce you to two people you're gonna be working with very closely. They're the Earth Father and Earth Mother, and they are the druids who protect this forest.
I see. Then bring them to me. By the time you return, I will have slipped into a form much more comfortable.
Well, Ev, you definitely have a reason to learn kobold research.
Yeah, holy shit! Like, yeah, that's
Yeah, you're like, hey, Bronze Dragon, here's some kobolds.
No, yeah, it's literally like, okay, I have to learn how to do it for the Bronze Dragon now. Let's go. All right,
I mean, he's
so
cool.
Bub, let's see. He's going to transform into some sort of bird that can fly, like an eagle or something. And he's just gonna
Like
fly
an
over
eagle.
to where Earth Mother and Earth Father are.
Galantis
Alrighty.
can be chilling with Ophelia, making sure she's okay. As soon as she tells him she's fine, then he'll stop.
Once you're like on the edge of the temple, she
Mhm.
stands a bit more upright and breathes in some more air, even though she does not need to breathe air.
Mhm.
Thank you, Sir Knight. It is
Cool.
much more comfortable here. But it is
Outside
still
of the
a bit
temple's
difficult.
range. Now that this place has become holy again, yes, I can see how it could be uncomfortable for you.
I
I'm
had
sorry.
anticipated it. I fully expected, should we succeed, that this temple would regain its radiance. I wanted to know what it would feel like.
And how does it feel?
Very painful, but warm.
We will do not worry, your ladyship. We will restore you. You will feel it without its pain. That I'm sure.
Thank you. I will look
You've made a
forward
great
to
step
it.
today. Aye, you've made a great step towards it today. What you did was a very brave thing.
Yes. When I have returned my faculties to myself more fully, I would like to inform you of some things that I have learned from this process.
I can't wait. Until then, let's wait for the others, and please, rest. You've more than earned it.
Thank you.
You can't let all the credit go to waste. You were one of the missing pieces to restore it.
I wish to remain uncredited, or at least give my credit to another.
And for Sir Bob's sake, then.
Actually, yes, give my credit to Sir Bob. For
I
he
understand.
truly did the largest part.
If that is your wish, I will do so. I will respect it.
She gives you a nod. Back in the main chamber, Delon, as you return, you can just see that Snacks is just like sitting on the floor, kind of like laying back, but also looking the bronze dragon over. Every once in a while, he'll like stand up, sit down, and look at the different side of the bronze dragon. And then he just keeps doing this until he's like fully circled the bronze dragon. Then he walks over to you, Delon.
No weakness in his armor. Claws like better daggers. Teeth, better swords. Eyes like finest jewels. Snacks can't hunt that.
Delon actually laughs. No, I suppose not.
Snacks'
Not
gear
currently.
is garbage compared to it. This is
Which
why Snacks
means-
needs to become a dragon.
Yes, indeed. In fact, I've been meaning to speak with you on it. I know you probably have a list of creatures you wish to hunt. You would need sufficient armaments and quality gear, wouldn't you?
Yes, Snacks makes good gear out of powerful creatures, incorporates their strengths into Snacks, similar to a
Then-
creature which consumes to grow stronger.
I see. Then, if you wouldn't mind, since you seem to have an interest, let me know. Since we'll be traveling, let me know if any catches your eye.
Oh yes, there is one creature Snacks is very interested to hunt, which is fairly nearby.
Oh,
Big spider, multiple eyes. It is said it can petrify, as well as shoot blasts of magic from its eyes. Snacks wishes to hunt it.
I see.
It's in
Well,
very
then.
dark cave in mountain range.
Oh. Well, then we'll have to prepare, won't we?
Yes, all hunters must prepare for every hunt.
Then you keep in mind what we'll need, bring it up to me when you wish, and I'll speak to the others and see if we can arrange it.
Excellent. Snacks does not think we are a good enough hunting party yet to hunt it.
I see.
Too disorganized.
Is that so?
Yes, Snacks heard from more capable hunters than us that they attempted to hunt it and only one survived.
Then we best be ready if we're going to do so. In the meantime, perhaps that might be a measure to get to know your fellow hunters. After all, you want to establish yourself as a capable hunter to them, and the other way around. Learn from Yom. Yom's a skilled hunter and ranger. He can teach you many techniques you may not know.
Yes, Snacks wants to know why his big piece of metal goes boom.
I'm sure he'd be delighted to tell you.
Then Snacks will ask, "Hey, big fat man, why does big metal go boom?"
I'm not fat, it's muscle, you little brat. And it's not just a piece of metal. It's a blunderbuss made of dwarven engineering.
I see.
What is dwarving engineering?
They actually do
Best
continue on this for some
Well,
time.
the second best kind. After
Yeah,
human and
basically. Delon actually will then move over to Gildas, who I'm assuming is just looking at the
Okay.
dragon.
No.
Actually, oh, what are you doing?
Stag. I mean, it's just like chilling around. I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
I was like, what are dragons to the divine? Like, your kind, you know, like kobolds and dragon balls, like, oh shit, it's a dragon. Oh, I'm so amazed. I'm a damn cleric. It's like, why should I be amazed at dragons? Like,
Historically
nothing-
speaking, dragons are assholes.
Yeah,
yeah.
Look, it's like every fucking dragons we've met of like this air of
All right.
superiority and all.
True.
It's like they take for granted and all that. Like they're all
Right.
standoffish in a way. So like, why should I, as a cleric of a god, like give them the time of the day if they won't give me the time of the day either?
Okay. Fair
You
enough.
know?
It's
Yeah.
hilarious, but it makes sense.
Delon will approach
It's like,
Gildas then and ask,
yeah.
"Are you holding up?"
Well, I mean, I'm doing mostly fine. Can't
That's
save
good.
my. Well, to save that being underwater for an extended period of time is a strange experience. But
Indeed.
other than that, well,
All right, Gildas. Between you and me, how do you make of all this? I mean, a dragon just got resurrected in front of our eyes. It was once made of bone. Her ladyship Ophelia absorbed a miasma, and now we're sitting in a temple above water that was restored by a tree.
what, what do I make of? Well, first of all, I'm surprised we haven't brought a dragon back to life, as if that was even possible.
I is most assuredly dead.
Well, I suppose it wasn't entirely dead. I mean, if you think about it, well, much like the state,
Hmm.
much like Ophelia's, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. I
Stands to
see.
reason that perhaps we could bring Ophelia back to like the living if it's possible, though
Delon
I'm
actually
not sure.
points it.
Hmm?
Do you think that's actually possible? Well, of course,
Uh,
the divines could enable anything, truly. I
well,
suppose.
it could be possible, yes. It's just that would she want that?
True. That's the real question. What she needs. It's not. I would prefer that she does what she asks and desires. She's already gone through enough at this point.
Right, which
Mm.
brings me to my second thing I'm thinking about, and that's the miasma she absorbed.
Right.
I Well, I do hope that yes, it acts like much like when we get a cold, and that it's only temporary, and that after some point, our body will just do the necessary work and just get rid of that, or at least build up immunities to that. But that's not exactly that easy.
Mm.
And while I do understand that we need to visit holy places, it's just the reason that we'll have to do like what we just did today more often. And
Mm.
I'm worrying about how much she can take and how quickly she can eliminate what she already taken. And what would happen if she absorbed too much miasma at once, you know? I mean,
I
we
think.
already know that
Mm.
outside energies affect her.
Mm. Right.
It just
Yes. Your sentiments echo my own. I worry how much you could have taken on it. Which is why I think more than ever we do need to approach a holy place, at least to rid what she has now.
right.
In any case, though, that does bring a concept I've been meaning to speak with you, but perhaps at another time. It's the sake of divinity. But for now, I do have a question for the bronze dragon. Although, maybe not interested in.
Well, go ahead. I think I have a bet in mind for Yom and me. Be interested.
I see. Alright then. Delon will move from Gildas and go to the Bronze Dragon.
I'll go to Yom.
Nice.
Alrighty.
I'll let you go first, Gildas.
I love it. Sweetheart, whatever I'll say. So Yom, the temple has just risen up from the lake. Most likely attracted a lot of attention. So I want to bear with you. How many elves do you think will be on the banks of the lake?
The difference between dwarven engineering and why it's better than draconic engineering is that dwarven engineering is older and better, stronger, more resilient.
Why are we
Right,
yelling? Draconics are just
No.
better.
I see how it is. I'll say, whether it's draconic or dwarven engineering, human engineering takes both of them and actually improves on them.
You're a
So
damn
the
liar!
debate is moot.
He turns around and just points a finger at you.
Right. Like you, Yom, now that I have your attention, did you hear what I just said before talking about engineering?
I'm sorry, I've been having this argument with this little kobold about why it's better.
You have not been explaining why it's better. You have just been saying it is. Snacks doesn't understand.
How about you just show him?
Can Snacks hold big metal cannon?
No!
Okay. But it goes boom because it's not got dragon fire in it, but it has something that goes boom.
Yes.
Snacks thinks if it had dragon fire, it would be better.
I'm done explaining this to you. We'll talk about it another time. But you said, how many elves outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'd say... whole bank's gonna be filled up. Maybe like a little spot where they can like... where there'd be like a road part, maybe it might be open. But imagine the whole bank of the lake's probably filled up.
Calm now. That's a non-answer.
I beg
I'll
to
say
differ.
how
It's an
many.
answer. I don't know the exact number of how many of those twinky little elves would fit on the actual shore. Quite skinny.
Well, then in that case, if you say the banks would be filled, I'm gonna go ahead and say that not only the banks will be filled, but you know how the lake is at a lower altitude than the city.
Yes.
So I bet you top of those cliffs will be elves as well,
I can agree with that.
looking down. Now then, winner, or loser, gets no drink for a week. How about that?
You know, normally I would never agree to such a gamble. But what kind of a dwarf would I be if I didn't accept it on pride alone?
Well then, I set my hand to share to
Yorm shakes yours back quite
the
firmly.
deal.
I mean, another
Well,
thing
then-
on top. Loser has to buy drinks for the other for a week on top of them not being able to drink.
Uh-huh. I see. I mean, essentially, I could just give him abortions anyway if I lose, but yeah, we'll see deal. But yeah, I suppose we both walk outside. to
Alright.
see.
So as you go to do that, Delon, you are able to walk over to the Bronze Dragon. Who, the Bronze Dragon, by the way, is, he seems to be in contemplation on something.
Delon will cough.
Ah, yes. And tell me, are you similar to Bub? Are you too a kobold?
No, a little respect, bronze dragon. I am not a kobold. I am what's referred to as dragonborn.
I see. My apologies then. Are you similar to what I thought Bub was then? A slightly smaller dragon that is not fully grown into himself.
No. Again, an honest misconception. Dragonborn are made from men, dwarves, or any other race. We are imbued with the power of our the dragon you align with, should you meet their merit and survive the process.
Miraculous. In my time,
Aye.
we did not have as much communication with mortals. So perhaps
I
such
just-
an endeavor requires naturally should require trust.
Oh, most assuredly. Most
It prides me
dragonborn.
to hear that dragons and your kind are on such good terms.
Well, much has changed since you've been in this temple. I would be delighted to explain in any way I can. But first, I do have a question for you. I'm sure you've been here for so long. How about this? Let us do an exchange. You may ask me a question, I will try to answer it, and I might do the same, perhaps.
It seems most fair. I do not see why not. However, I did promise the one called Bub that I would slip into something more comfortable before he arrives. And I do not know whether when he arrives or not, I will have done so if I continue to talk with you. So give me one
see.
moment.
Delon nods, steps back a bit.
Yeah,
He
I'll go grab
returns.
food real quick. You can proceed.
You're good.
Mhm.
He returns to his contemplation, and you see him give off a brilliant radiance as he shrinks in size to become basically as tall as you.
Oh.
He now has
Hmm.
flowing golden hair, what looks like a halo over his head, golden glowing eyes, and he's wearing a mighty suit of armor with a blue cape, and he's wielding a golden sword.
Oh God, why not just say, "Hey, look at me, I'm your savior."
I have not been in this form in much time. Ah. Now, what may I call you?
I am Sir Delon Asilius Gilame.
Excellent. You may call me Feldar the Bright.
Okay, I'm gonna roll history. Delon's gonna know some shit. No way he doesn't know. I'm gonna roll history.
Go ahead.
Motherfucker. 17.
Feldar the Bright is said to have been an angel from heaven who came down and assisted in many battles throughout history, always in the endeavor of helping out basically the kingdoms of Canes.
What? So Delon, like, for a moment pauses as if trying to get this. Wait. You're Veldar.
Yes. I take it you have heard of me.
Heard of you? We have many stories of Veldar the Bright Angel descending upon the battlefields. Yes, you were in. Delon's just going to recount a couple of famous battles that Velkar's mentioned in myths.
Ah,
We came with a sword, and with great might you struck down. And he just, I'm going to just whatever expatiate.
you're good.
Oh,
And then-
giddy. Just
I
Delon
imagine
being
you're just
giddy.
giddily telling multiple tales. He listens attentively. He seems to have a bit of a playful smile on his face as he listens. I do not know quite so much if I have done all of that, but I can assure you I have been on multiple battlefields and I have assisted many realms in my days. More than this
Delon
one.
just kind of exhales and just disbelief. Helgar the light. My goodness.
I posted a picture of him in Roleplay's Refuge with his name.
Oh, okay. Oh, Lord. Oh, okay. Hold on. Wilderness Refuge. Thing. Feldar the Bright. Yeah. He just like shakes his head. My God. Wonders never cease. May I capture your likeness as we speak?
You may. Is
Thank
there a
you.
particular pose you wish for me to strike?
Oh, no. Please be natural. I feel I find personality better when the individual doesn't just lets themselves be.
Then I shall do so.
Hmm.
He seems to default to a
Routine.
stance where he basically places the tip of his blade in the ground, both hands on the pommel.
God, he's like a paladin. Delon said, so, as I said, if you wish to ask me any questions, I'd be more than happy to exchange. Time has moved on since you've been in this temple.
Yes. What age is it currently?
It is currently the 5th age.
Fifth age. Indeed. Tell me.
Hmm.
What is the current situation with Canes? Has the king reached the manifest?
The what?
Pardon.
Delon pauses.
Have the kingdoms of Canes been united across the entire continent?
Delon pauses for a moment. That is something that was once happened during the 2nd age. It's like, if I recall correctly, at a game.
It did happen at one point, yes.
One point. It did occur for a brief time, and then circumstances happened, and we are now split more than ever.
I see.
As for to answer the question of the king, unfortunately, the king of King's Landing is currently gone. He passed.
My condolences to his family, then. How old is his son?
He has no heir.
I'm afraid I must ask again. You said no heir?
Delon takes a exhale as he's still drawing him. Aye, his wife passed before him. They did not have any children. They asked him to remarry again, but his heart was broken, and he did not wish to do so. He then died in battle, and there's no heir. He was the last of his line. Additionally, the crown, is maybe referred to of the gift of divinity placed upon the kings of King's Landing has been lost for some time. It is the quest I am searching for now, to regain it once more and restore the kings of King's Landing.
I see. Young Bub did mention something similar to me. However, the fact that it is missing will not do. Unfortunately, I
No.
cannot assist you in this. I am not allowed to.
Delon tilts his head. How?
It is not my duty to interfere that directly in the realms. I may come crashing into the battlefield to assist you on the time that matters most. I might offer counsel to guide you with a steady hand. I could attempt to purge back a great evil in the assistance of you all, but only in the highest forms of crisis might I interfere in such ways. But I cannot find the Kingslave for you. For only in the hearts of men can you find the Kingslave within yourself.
I understand this. It has been a long road to come to that conclusion, but that is what I have come to understand. But tell me, who told you cannot participate in these things?
He seems to give you a curious look as you ask that. before performing a little bit of a belly laugh. Surely you jest. Why, Io, you're in Diem, of course.
Whoa. Delon, like, immediately, like, am I finished drawing, or?
Oh yeah, you could be finished drawing when you want to.
Yeah, so Delon's actually going to finish, close. First, he's going to glance and say, does this look good to you?
Yes, very well done.
Thank you. I've been training the habit. I've had to be very expeditious on my journey.
You have quite a nice style. I like that you've captured myself in your own particular style as well, while attempting to maintain as true to my image as possible.
Thank thee. I greatly appreciate it. Are you telling me you have been able to speak with the divines? They sent you here.
Yes.
Is that where all dragons come from? Or just you?
I cannot speak for other dragons, but I myself have been sent here by Io, Yor, and Diem. It appears much has been lost in the time in which I have been trapped.
Can I quote you on this?
Of course. If you have need to, I will of course explain it myself.
Delon, you know what? Screw it. Delon, if there's something Delon can sit on, he is going to pull it and sit.
There's like some old armors or like some stumps or broken rubble and the like. You could.
Sure, I'm going to do that. I am all ears.
What would you like me to explain to you?
Yeah, that's fine, Rem. Descendant from divinity. Literally picked by God.
Yeah,
You can be mad all you want.
Dragons are
Clearly,
gods, bro.
they pick the wrong dragons nowadays.
Yeah, no. They probably run amok. That's why Delon wants to know. Okay.
By the way, Bub, I will say that
Yeah.
you would have been able to gather. You were searching out Earth Mother and an Earth Father, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Come on, let's go.
Yeah, you're able to meet them and bring them over if you wish to.
I need to just be clarified with this. You were picked by Io.
Io, Yor, and Diem.
Yes. And they created you, or you were already created before?
It is a complicated question. I suppose the correct answer would be that I was created before, and then I was picked and recreated again.
What? So you were born in the land of Canes as what? As another bronze dragon? Or
I cannot unfortunately describe that to you, for it is a life that is no longer mine.
were you a man before? Were you human?
What?
I'm afraid I do not know. I am Veldar, the Bright.
So
I have also been referred to as a bronze dragon.
So you were something before, then you were remade by the trio and placed here. If I'm understanding you.
Yes, though I have not only been here, I have been to other places as well. But
Okay.
Canes is the realm that I have found myself in at this time.
So, okay. Were you alone? Were there any others? Any other dragons? And if that's the case, there were other dragons that were cruel and vindictive that King's Landing had to fight. If they were picked by the gods, why would they send them?
I cannot answer for my kin, nor can I answer for the ones that have come after me nor before.
But you understand my confusion.
Naturally.
Well, but you know what? I've been asking too much. Please, ask me something.
There is no need to feel pained. It is natural to be curious in this time. I am more than willing to answer any questions. But in the meantime, let's see here. He brings a gauntleted hand to his chin to think. Yes, I think that would be a marvelous question. So then the king is gone, no heir, and the king and the... I believe it was, you called it the crown or kingsglaive, is missing currently.
Yes, the gift of divinity, the proof of kingship. Been referred to as the crown before. I use that likeness now. Currently, most referred as the king's slave, but I've likened to calling it the crown. Told their name.
Understood. Well then, my question is this. If there is no king, then who protects your realms? Canes is a large continent, a large place. Who protects the realms?
So the world has been okay. Actually, Delon's actually gonna fucking use this. He's actually gonna pop out the little map he made and pop it open, and the map's gonna pop out.
Oh, so this is what Canes looks like now.
Land of Canes, and I'll make it show the image. Land of Canes. So see here, we are here. Currently described as the Savage Lands. I don't know the moniker before, or what you referred to it as, but this is the referred to now as the Savage Lands.
Let me see.
Over here to the left is the Land of Monsters. Previously permafrost. This is where my lady resides, the one I am tied to, my dragon.
I see. Tell me, would she find it incredibly rude were I to drop in for a visitation?
She would be worried at first, but your demeanor would not upset her. As long as you showed proper respect, I think she'd welcome another kind-hearted dragon.
Excellent. Let us see.
I can... I could send a message of some certainty that at least that you exist and that you might be coming. That might prepare her more.
If
I'll
you
do so
believe
when I
it
reach
would
this
be
area.
of aid, then please, do so.
Thank you. Yes, and below here is Gloucester. Created alongside of King's Landing, was the first nation to show up. Outside of it, where Yorm, my friend Yorm over there, Lord Mountainborn. That's where he hails from. Below that is Reynold, our cleric, is from there. So Gildas. Isterium is where Sir Bob is from. He is where the Blue Dragon resides.
I see.
Below and split from Isterium is Nebulum, referred to and where the Red Dragon resides currently. Yes, and before I forget, since you're going to be in the Savage Lands, watch out for the green dragons. The green dragon is from that current clutch. He has 3 heads. There is another dragon, the Emerald Dragon. He resides in the Fey Wilds, created by Moonshaper. In fact, in Moonshaper's old home. Watch out for him. He is strong, and he's intelligent.
Understood. Though I assure you, there is not much from the land of Canes which can prove to be of harm to myself. However, I have been greatly weakened, so it is very likely that I could be wounded where I could not before.
Yes, and lest I forget. I warn you now just to keep pretense. The missing dragon is known as the Black Dragon. He is also ascended, powerful. He's become a shadow-like dragon. Be careful. He has come to destroy the land of Canes, and he is assembling an army.
I see.
the kings here know more about it. If you wish to speak to them on that point, or if the Earth Mother, Earth Father, and Bub, he'd be more than happy to describe it. It's part of his quest to protect. He believes the Blight and the Shadow Dragon are connected, and I am in league to believe him.
Understood.
I tell you all this because I want you to be prepared, and I see you as a good dragon. But let's not be prepared. I will defend myself to protect my people if need be.
I assure you, there is very likely to be no reason for me to draw my blade upon you or your people. I have
Yes,
sensed
so?
your soul. It is good. I have sensed the souls of your companions. They are mixed in quality, but mostly good. And if all people of King's Landing are like yourself, then there should be no harm, nor any detriment.
Good. Yes. And let's see, anything else? Oh, geez, that's the fingers. You might get a visit from a brown dragonborn. He's going to be asking you far more questions than I, far more intrusive than I. He means well. He's just very scholarly, and he doesn't really properly care about niceties, but getting to the heart of a matter.
I can
But he's
respect
relatively
someone who
harmless.
chooses to go straight to the heart of the matter, cutting through straight to the point. And if he is truly a scholar, as you say, then I will be as detailed as I can be with my explanations.
Let him know that I spoke before him. You ought to get a kick out of that.
Of course, I will do so.
Thank you. And if nothing else, I think Sir Bob will have far more to detail, but that's the basic gist. At least that's what I believe Tulio says, the gist of the situation. Whatever proverb he uses. But I have to tend to my phone now. Thank you for your questions. It has given me much to ruminate on.
Of course.
In your opinion, though, before I go, do you feel divinity?
Do I feel divinity?
You were chosen by the divine. Have you felt divinity before?
He gives you a warm smile and just kind of claps you on the shoulder. Of course. There's a taste of divinity within every soul, within all of us. We all taste it. But I am more acquainted with it than most.
I've seen it firsthand. I spoke with Io briefly, and I remember it, but I hadn't felt it. And now more than ever, I know the only way to defeat what's coming is with the taste of divinity. Give me a lot to think about.
I'm sure it will all come full circle in due time. But I believe I can feel the presence of Sir Bob coming. He is traveling with 2 druids. They are rapidly approaching our hall as we speak.
And I will leave you to it and let you get ready. I have further companions to meet. Salam will bow. Actually, I'm going to see what the hell Eleanor's up to.
Eleanor has been, before you walked over and asked questions to him, while he was still a dragon, Eleanor was pestering him with lots of questions, which she was writing down. Eleanor is currently looking up at most of the murals and kind of like writing in a notebook.
Alright, Dylan will go over briefly. So, what do you think?
I think this is a miraculous endeavor, and I think it was the right thing to do. I mean, look at this. We've got Feldar the Bright here. We have this whole temple up. I could just feel the radiance in the room. It feels like we did the right thing, Delon.
Not just about what we did. How does this feel?
I don't quite follow.
We took a chance like we did again. But this time, we trusted in each other to do it. More so than perhaps we've done so before.
Yes, if given the opportunity, I'd do the same thing again. I feel no problem with any of this. She says while gesturing with like a pen all around.
Mhm. Another dragon breathes breath. I've met more dragons in a single week than I have my whole entire life.
Well, you are dragonborn. I imagine it was only a matter of time.
Possibly. I think Sir Gildas is starting to rub off on me. I'm starting to mull a bit on whether or not I want to keep meeting more. Even though I never thought I'd say so.
Well, I'm quite content to keep meeting more dragons like the bronze. Even the tree wasn't that bad, though he was a bit unsettling.
You weren't afraid.
I was afraid. I thought we were going to die, but he ended up being quite the reasonable fellow, really. Disconcerting, perhaps, but reasonable. Of the dragons I've
Mhm.
met, the worst dragon I've met has been the green. The blue is quite similar to the tree. The
Mm.
pearl is similar to the bronze, and I've not met the red nor the black, but I don't really have much intention to meet the black, and I'm dreading eventually having to meet the red.
Does she want? She can roll insight. Blonde's not going to say anything.
She'll do so.
A 2.
16.
Oh, 16. Okay, fair enough. She's gonna tell that Delon usually is quiet, but she can tell something's eating at him.
What's the matter?
Hmm. When we were with the Emerald Dragon, that one in the forest, I felt the same feeling I felt when I felt the presence of the Black Dragon.
Within that old
This,
castle,
aye,
I
you
did
may
not
not have
feel the
felt it.
exact same thing myself. I've never felt more terrified than I did at that time. Nothing's truly compared to that since.
Hmm. I remember that level of fear. I won't mistake it. It was different, but it was similar. I had not felt that fear since then. And that Emerald Dragon reminded me. We amused him by his grace alone. We lived. It's almost more unsettling than that. At least with the Black Dragon, I know what he wants, and I know why he wants it.
Hmm. I
And if
hadn't
I'm
really
right,
stopped to consider what perhaps the tree would want from that endeavor. He was quite curious of the outside world. Do you think he'll pop out somewhere?
personally speaking, I know he will. Oh, he can't help it.
Hmm.
Delon actually, you can see Delon's eyes narrow a bit, as if there's a bit of contempt when he says that. Like, for certain, oh, I know. He's gonna show it.
Hmm. Well, he's got a presence about him, so if he shows, we'll know.
He won't be too.
Unless he does something similar to the bronze.
Hmm. No, he's too crafty. We wouldn't see it afterwards. Too smart. He will arrive precisely when he means to, and show only when he means to. But you're right. We did accomplish something wonderful today. I won't take that victory from us. It's well earned. You're going to
Indeed.
see quite a lot. Getting your money's worth.
Oh, yes, absolutely. For such a low price as simply a share in the profits of the overall total expedition, I am more than reaping enough rewards. I've considered raising your rate of the portion of the expedition profits, but, well, that remains to be seen until we finish the expedition.
Hmm.
Though that only extends to the original traveling group, I have been considering extending it to all members of our expedition. They each get an equal share. And should I do the same with Tulio? He's been here a while, but I don't know if I should extend such an amount of wealth to him.
Delon thinks for a moment. No. Actually, not out of the thought. While Bob is doing his thing, I think it's best we get this out of the way now. Actually, Delon's gonna go and find. When you're ready, come and meet me. We need to speak with Tulio.
I will be here for a good while longer. I'm still collecting notes.
I see. When you're ready, then.
She nods. Back with
Delon
Bob.
will. I'll just be here until
Okay.
she's ready.
Back with Bob. As you flied over to get the two druids, what do you say to them when you approach with to get them over here?
Good news, everyone. I'm just kidding. Where are they?
They're just in their druid circle within the city of Lunaria when you arrive.
They're asleep, taking a nap.
So I come there and I hop on my little tree stump, and I put my staff down, looking very official-like, and I say, "Earth Mother, Earth Father, I bring you wonderful news."
Oh yeah? What's that? Don't interrupt the boy. He's speaking.
This is so funny. The bronze dragon has been reawakened.
I'm a bit deaf in my left ear, Bob. Speak a little louder. Shut up, you old coot. You heard him. He said a bronze dragon.
I found him in the temple under the sea.
Is he still there?
Uh-huh. I told him that he can meet y'all, since he's the guardian of this place, or at least he was.
Then let us away. Lead the way, Bob.
You see as Earth Mother turns into an owl, as the Earth Father Earthwalker turns into essentially an eagle. I imagine you turn into a bird and lead them to the temple.
Yep.
All right. So as you fly your way to the temple, below you, you can see there's already a group of elves just gathering on the shores, just kind of looking at the risen temple with awe and all that. With you and Gildas, as you see like 3 birds flying in your direction as you step out. Yorm, as he steps out with you, looks over at the beach. Damn it!
We both lost.
They're all over the beach and all over the top.
Oh. I was like, you say, yeah, they're just starting to gather, so.
They're starting to gather, but they're mostly on the beach side, but they're also gathering slowly but incrementally at the top.
Well, then it's my win.
Take it easy on an old dwarf, Gildas. Don't hurt the bank too much. Come on. Be a pal.
You know I'm reasonable. As well that a week with that drift will be hard on you. We don't want it.
Just be prepared for cynical grumpy, Yorm.
Come now, we might get some good stories out of that.
Gonna miss the taste of that sweet ambrosia.
Just drink water. We'll be fine.
He chuckles, but he's also looking a bit forlorn. Bub, you and Earthwalker and Earthmother fly overhead and make your way into the inner chamber. When you arrive, you find that, just like I posted in Roleplayer's Refuge, the bronze dragon doesn't seem to be anywhere to be seen, but as you fly in, an Asimir-looking person gives you a nod, takes a few steps forwards, and speaks. Welcome back, young bub.
I have returned. This is Earth Mother and Earth Father.
They immediately turn into their normal forms.
And you're a dragon? I'm not so sure. He looks more like an Asimir. Asimirs aren't dragons, bub.
I assure you, I am a dragon. I don't know what an Asimir is. But you may call me Feldar the Bright.
Did you say Feldar?
The Earth Mother follows up.
The Bright?
Yes. They both seem to share a look, and then look down at you, Bub.
And the temple has arisen as well. What exactly have you been up to?
Well, it all started when I found this temple at the bottom of the sea.
I imagine Bub just goes on to tell the full story to them.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Except for the part about the treasurer.
Except the treasure. Classic Bub. Alrighty, so you regale them with the story of it, and they listen attentively. When it's all finished, they seem to nod. Earthfather pats you on the shoulder, Bub.
Good job. I believe this will be quite useful. And with the temple returned, I think many good things are coming our way.
Earthmother pats you on the head, however, while Earthfather pats you on the shoulder.
Yes, excellent job, bub.
They both then approach Feldar.
Now then, we have many questions. Do you have time?
Of course. Bub, may I speak to... Would you like to speak to me before I am occupied?
Yes?
He then turns to Earthmother, Earthfather. Might I speak with young Bub before you occupy the remainder of my time?
Mm-hmm.
You may. Yes, go ahead. Bub found you first.
Feldar walks over to you, Bub, and, takes a knee, so he's at eye level with you.
Mm-hmm.
Now then, what is it you wish to speak with?
Well, I serve the Blue Dragon. He's currently on business right now, but I think it's important that a great wise one like the Blue Dragon can fill you in on all the things you've missed. And we need to find out how to get you some kobolds. And I was thinking, what was the name of the place we're going to again?
Asterium.
In Asterium, there's a grand college filled with lots of books and information. That's where I was born.
I see. I do not know if I need these so-called kobolds or not.
They're very useful.
Of that I have no doubt. You have proven to be incredibly resourceful and skilled. your traveling companion, Delon the Dragonborn.
Mm-hmm.
He informed me that you are on a quest to defeat a mighty blight.
That's right.
Hmm.
I'm on a mission from nature to protect it.
Then I will wish you luck, young Bob. As I cannot personally interfere in this matter, I cannot solve it for you, I'm afraid. However, should the time come, I might be able to be of some assistance.
Oh?
Yes,
I'm sure you can be, but how?
in more ways than you can imagine. But the way that I feel I will be of assistance shall be with impeccable timing. When the time comes, when you feel darkness creep around your very heart and being, young bub, there will come a moment when all hope seems lost. Wait for me on that time.
Impeccable timing. I'm not sure I understand, but I'll do my best.
And that is the best you can do. He claps you on the shoulder and rises again. Once I have finished my meetings with these two, I will not be within these halls anymore. You may not see me for some time. There is much of Kane's to see, many stories and hearts to listen to. And with that said, he turns back to Earth Mother and Earthwalker. They begin their conversations for how to help the Savage Lands, now with the temple having risen. What do you do afterwards, bub?
Well, I was thinking of asking him for a favor, but he was one step ahead of me. I wanted to tell him about the kobolds. Guys, is there anything I'm forgetting that would be incredibly important to inform him of other than our quest?
Besides the ability to make like dragonborns and kobolds, I can't really think much. I already brought up the fact of the black dragon and other crap. I already brought up the other dragons too.
There's a red dragon born in town, I guess.
Yeah,
Important to point out, I suppose.
yeah, if you want. Red dragonborn probably doesn't give a shit though.
Yeah.
Are we supposed to help him though? Isn't he our enemy?
I mean,
Question
he's a
mark?
lot of
Yeah.
he's a lot of things. He's a lot of things at once, Bob. But being an adult is complicated.
I know.
Okay.
Jeez. Jeez.
So then, Bub, you're going to return to the party then?
Yeah.
Alrighty. So you return to the party, and Glenn, as the party begins to regather on the sort of like the just outside the temple on the little bit of raised marble island that is in the middle of the water. Eventually, Tulio comes back. Alright, it's all stashed away. I made sure of it.
I see. Good.
Should be able to collect it when we leave. Which, between you and me, Chief, this is a great time to make scarce. Look at all those people there. We could just blend into the crowd like nothing happened.
I agree. And then we can move on. I've been meaning to ask you, though. How do you feel about all this? You've been fairly quiet for the last day or so.
Oh, about helping at a temple? He says while winking.
Yeah, it's like, not just that. Before, Joel, you said you don't get paid for dealing with dragons.
Oh, no, Chief. Correction. I don't get paid to fight dragons.
Mm.
If
I
that guy
see.
was gonna start swinging, I was gone.
Mm.
And if you guys lived, I'd come back.
See.
Still don't have my contract after all.
About that. Are you sure this is what you want? You seem a bit reluctant, and you're right. I think we've been asking quite a lot out of you. If you want, when we arrive at Asterium, we can pay you what you owed, finish off, and leave you there.
Yeah, that depends, Chief.
Depends.
Oh, yeah. It depends on if you're willing to up my payment. I mean, I'm taking a bit of profit every time we make money, don't get me wrong. It's being stashed away.
Ooh.
And for every single week you've had me of service, you're currently paying 50 gold plus a copper.
Mm.
Not a horrible wage, mind you.
Mm. Yes.
But if you want me to actually fight dragons, which I don't know why you guys are currently in the business of fighting dragons and why you seem to want to fight dragons, but I'm not gonna be doing that for that wage.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, Tulio. Let's be honest here. Just between us, you know the writing on the wall. The way this journey's going, pursuing things. Bob has a mission. That mission has now coincided with Blight. That mission now coincides with dealing with possibly the Black Dragon. I'm not asking you to stay. If you want to jump off ship here, no harm, no foul. I understand your position. But I'm not going to pretend that this is not going to get more dangerous the longer this goes along. I know you're smart enough to know that too.
Chief, danger may as well be the middle name that my parents that I've never met gave me. I'm more familiar with it than even you are. Of course I can tell what's happening and what's gonna keep happening.
In that case, then, since you've admitted it, what do you actually want?
More money, Chief. A lot more money.
No. Yes, I'm sure. Why? Not just for a wage. What do you actually want? Because if I'm going to put up that kind of money, I need to trust you empathetically. I need to know that I can rely on you completely. And right now, I'm paying for a sellsword. I would like you to be my friend, but I know you're not there. And I respect that. I respect the professionalism. You've been straight as an arrow so far. You've kept your eye on the bargain. We've had no issues. In fact, I've gone to bat with you when everyone else hasn't. Because I respect you. I respect you as a fighter. I respect you as your position and your talent. But if I'm going to put up money, and I'm going to rely on you to fight dragons and beasts and darkness itself, I need to know that there's not a dagger in the back that will come and get me when I'm least suspecting it. So what do you want?
Well, Chief, I want what any red-blooded man wants. I want some land, a decent amount of it, enough that I can point my crossbow from off my porch and I couldn't shoot a bolt to reach the other side. I want to be able to live off my land, hunt off my land. It's my land. I want to be able to make a cabin on that land. And I want to be able to live there by myself without anyone ever coming to bother me about anything. I don't want ever want to have to be paid by anyone ever again. I don't want to have to work for anyone ever again, except myself. And I want a
Dawn
title.
waits for him. Go ahead. Title. Okay.
Because people with a
Dawn,
title are nobles. I don't need to be some great big noble who's responsible for lots of other people underneath me. No. I just want a title. And the protection that gives. The security it gives. I'm willing to play by nobility's rules. Hell, I'm good at it. But nobles, they don't get as much. Let's see. They don't get thrown under the bus as much. Unless you're a really high noble, or you're noble in Nebulum. Minor nobles? Well, nobody ever pats them an eye. As long as they keep doing their job, they're good at it. Nobody cares.
That's what you want. All that.
Yeah. I mean, if we're going to be saving the entire realm of Canes, I think that's a pretty reasonable thing to ask for.
Very reasonable. Actually. Being fair. So that's all you want. That's the heart of it.
To be brutally honest with you, Chief, I'm not that complicated a person. I'm a selfish, drunkard, womanizing, just absolutely miserable old bastard. What does an old miserable bastard want? Done for his cut. He says while extending both his arms in the air, just kind of giving like a grin.
You forgot scoundrel. Rogue. Dare I say knave?
His grin gets bigger. I have many titles, Chief. Bub
Yes,
knows
I'm
many
sure you do.
things, but I have many titles.
Yes, I'm sure. Alright, alright. That's what you want. And that'll be your new contract then. Stipulation for your full service then.
Eleanor comes in, or she actually speaks up, having listened for a little bit.
Please.
Hand on her hip. Didn't consider it done. I was wondering when you were going to say something, Sugar Tits. Do you have to call me that again? Oh yeah. If we're going to be getting familiar, you're all getting nicknames. Besides, you should be happy that I'm calling you Sugar Tits. It's a term of endearment in Nebulum. You call a lady Sugar Tits when you like the way they look and you like that girl. Most Nebulese women love it.
It's a good nickname anyway.
Yeah. One glances to Eleanor and just kind of gives like a pick-me-up smile. He's like, man, don't worry about it. It is what it is.
Well then, if I don't have a choice in the nickname, then fine. And if that's all you want, then sure. It's not a lot. Hell, I could just ask my father and I could get you all of that easy.
He'd be like, I don't want to steer him.
Yeah, you could, couldn't you? But I haven't picked out which country I want my plot of land in yet.
Imagine the regulations in it too.
Then you, No, go ahead, Gildas.
No. Well, I'm probably off to the side just listening to all that.
I mean,
like,
absolutely. There's
I
no way
imagine so.
Gildas is
let
not.
alone.
There's no way
Like,
you
yeah.
guys aren't.
Yeah. So I'll say, well, I mean, yes, it's got a point, Eleanor. Imagine all the regulations that comes with like land and Mysterium. I mean,
I'd constantly have to keep my business, my land, up to snuff, and not to the snuff that I want, but the snuff that the king of Asterium wants. And he's a busybody, a real stickler.
I imagine then, really, to you're probably wondering is that description is from Gloucester or King's Landing. Then
See, a noble of Gloucester or King's Landing is probably the easiest noble to get. Gloucester's definitely the easiest, but in King's Landing, more difficult, but a bit more prestigious. I'll take either.
Delon's actually going to glance to Yorm and go, Lord Bountenborn, well, should we inform him? Should we inform him about how one acquires a title, or should I? Would you like to do the honors?
Well, in King's Landing, you need to have an absolutely noble deed. You get a title for excellent service to your fellow man. Essentially, being a hero or doing some great deed which benefits more than yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, that's very difficult. Here, let me just make a lot of money and donate it to an orphanage. I'm a noble now, right? Nuh-uh. Not like that. Real noble, selfless stuff. What's more selfless than donating thousands upon thousands of golds to an orphanage?
See, you have
If
it a
it was
little
that
all wrong.
easy, everyone would be a noble, Tulio.
Aye. Delon's actually going to place his hand over Tulio's shoulder in almost a mirror way that he's done before. See? There's something you truly haven't understood. There's a good reason why, now that you'll be with us, that I can explain to you. In order to truly be a title and acquire a title, one must meet that measurement wholeheartedly. Because donating a lot of money to charity is something you're supposed to do. It's something ingrained deep inside. It's the good nature of it. No, something truly noble and title. And not just that. If I recall, Lord Mountbourne, you also need to get permission from another lord as a recommendation on occasion.
Oh aye. In Gloucester, another lord needs to speak for you, or you need to get the specific attention of the Lord of Gloucester, and he has to like the cut of your jib. Usually, he likes to give out lordships, minor lorddoms, to those that he likes. Those that he thinks are good sorts with hearts of gold who will continue to do good in the community. King's Landing, it's a lot more difficult. Usually, you get a peer review of multiple lords before they give you anything of the sort.
But what might work for you, Tulio, is, and this might be your one best detail. See, and Dawn's actually going to point to his chest. You don't need a golden heart to get it. You just need to show selflessness, an excellent show of heroism.
Oh, is that all? Alright,
Aye.
so Eleanor, this is what we're gonna do. You're gonna spend some of the money in the bank, and we're gonna hire some people that I know, unofficially. We're gonna convert that money into Electrum. Then we're gonna pay them, and we're gonna stage a scene so that I can rescue you from certain death. Or worse. Delon here is going to watch me do it, so that he can account for it to his men at King's Landing.
I will never. He's like a Delon, just is gonna let him go. So.
I mean, you're assuming there's only Eleanor and Dallin equation.
Right. Exactly.
I
We got
mean,
a whole priest.
would I let you do that?
Oh, come on, you're a holy
Will I
man.
let that happen?
You'd absolutely
And-
let it happen. You're not some holy man of Bahamut.
Well, but
Bridget.
I mean, I am her bodyguard, and so is Dallin, no? Aren't we?
And by extension,
Fine.
so am I. So if we rescue her from certain death or worse by Nebly's curse, we're just doing a great deed, truly selfless.
Delon Slim Talk. That could work. It could. But there's one detail I forgot to mention a little bit. Some of the peer reviewed people that can get you a title are you might have heard of them before. A few of them are Templars. See, they're there to sniff out the true intentions. And if you think I'm a little egregious, they have divinity. Just enough that they'll see a liar when they see it. They'll see the ill intentions, and they'll know Sir Gildas and I are keeping something. No, Tulio. In all honest effort, you're going to actually have to work for it. It's going to have to come from you. I'm not asking you to be a good person. I'm just asking you to do good deeds. That's all you can do. And Delon's actually going to extend a hand. And I just want you, he's like, all you have to do, I'm not even asking you to trust me. All I'm asking you is to agree to those terms. If you can agree that you will give everything you have, just everything, then I will do so in kind. But don't shake if you don't mean it.
Tulio eyes your hand for a moment.
Mhm.
Quite a long moment. Before eventually, he does actually give your hand a shake. Oh, what the hell? You've already been paying me to do Goody Two Shoes work anyways. This is just a longer form extension of doing the same work.
That's the attitude. Oh no, we can make it easy. We can make the contract now. We'll get him to sign it, and it'll be good to go. Oh, since I'm a conviction, I will be adding this to the list of detailed good deeds you've done.
Alright
You
then.
could actually bring up that he's actually been doing that.
I'm surprised you have a list of those.
You've done a fair good amount of good. You pretend otherwise, but I've been watching you. You're not the only one who watches those under his command. But I'm glad to have you aboard, officially. And I said I would help you do so. I'll get you your damn title, if I say so myself. But I think we've overstayed our welcome here. And we should be moving on. We've done enough for this good city. And we'll come back, pick up our reward, and move on. It's time we move on from this place.
Indeed.
For now.
Tyler getting sweaty in that armor.
Funny enough. Okay, Dylan's like, in fact, drinks are on me. Let's go get something to drink. Dylan tonight does not know about the bet. Technically does not know about the bet.
Norm looks at all this.
What?
One day of amnesty, Gildas. We didn't specify when it started.
Right. Just for tonight. We will start in Nest tomorrow.
You're a saint.
I will hope to become one day, yes.
You're well on your way. Let's go.
Alright. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of this blessed city. I love it, but we need to leave.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So the party
Too much of a good thing, you know.
Party makes their way through the crowd, kind of stopping in briefly at the tavern. They share some drinks, well into the night where they rest, and then in the morning pack their things and begin to head their way towards the cart.
Yeah. Yeah, at night we gotta pick up the stuff.
When the party arrives at the cart, they find
Mhm.
that the cart is already filled with the stuff. Tulio sitting
Good
on the
man.
cart already.
Ready to move then.
Damn straight. Let's get the hell out of here.
Aye.
I've got good deeds to do.
Aye, you do. Heroic deeds. Don't think of them as good deeds. Just think of a heroism. You're a man of action.
He just kind of nods, but doesn't say much else at this point. As you're preparing to leave, a bard actually makes his way over to you. You can tell he's a bard of King's Landing. He approaches, bows briefly, and hands you specifically an envelope, Delon. Finally,
Landing.
I've been running all over this place. It has been entrusted unto me to hand you this envelope. I have been paid quite well just to carry this envelope to you by a prince.
Ah, yes. I think you meant to say Bard of Lunaria.
No, I didn't.
Oh, really? He's from King's Landing?
He is. The prince hired a King's
Okay.
Landing bard to give you the letter.
Oh.
And nothing
Okay, fair
else,
enough. Smart.
essentially.
Oh, okay. Smart enough. Okay. Well, we'll pick it up. Ah, yes. See. Delon immediately places into the bag of holding. And
I've
you can
been
see it's been
informed
placed
to
in good
tell
hands.
you not that you shall already know not to open it, and that it is for the letter recipient's eyes only.
Of course. Delon places it into the bag of holding. And you can see it's been placed in the bag of holding.
I
Unread.
will inform it to the prince on my return. May you have safe travels, my lad. He
You as well.
gives you like a salute and runs his way off. Tulio watches him go and narrows his eyes. With pants that poofy, you'd think that he'd float on water or something.
I thought the same as a child once. Tried it once. Filled full of water?
The frills on the sleeves I can take, but those poofy pants. So he just shakes his head. Alright. Eleanor gets in the driver's seat with the rest of the party. Well then, shall we away to Asterium?
Aye. Too much a good thing and all that.
Eleanor cracks the whip, and party is off on their way to Asterium. Next session, the party will arrive in Asterium. Thank you all for tuning in. Hope you have a good one. Bye-bye.